just sort of save this for later on. So recording it, might put the, what we might do is just go over here. So it looks like we're in a classroom at least. I don't know. That's giving us something, that's giving us something. At least then I can send, like, say, Terry the link. So I know Terry's already told me he's not going to be here today. So, you know, like, that's fine. Wazim's told me he's not going to be here. So I'll share it for him. And you said Alex is not well? Lex, sorry, not Alex, Lex. Okay, so let's quickly go over what's going on the calendar over here. So 2021, we've got our full dates organised. So we know when holidays are, we know when term breaks are, we know where all the bits and pieces are, close of study and stuff like that. This term's been quite cruisy. There's not much in here, okay? Other than the how-to, you've done your PSAs, risk identification and risk management, which is what we need to get through, okay? They're two assessments we need to get through. We've put them on the back burner. We're coming up to the sort of end of the term course and we're sort of, end of this term, and we haven't finished these yet. So I'll try and dive onto these and get these done, okay? Yep.
Have you done the new task sheet for the artist profile slash?
No, I haven't. I'm working on that because I have to have a meeting with Mount Gravatt. Okay. So it's pretty shitty, but essentially because of harmonisation, I'm the one that created all the documents, so I should be able to just fucking change whatever I want, sort of thing. But because of harmonisation, we have to pass it through Mount Gravatt first, and they're fucking hopeless. Like, don't get me wrong, like, you've joined the right course if you're thinking of going to Mount Gravatt because they are hopeless. Actually, yes, I am. Oh, shit. No, but like, honestly, like, they've done nothing. And, like, you know, everything sort of falls on what I'm doing. So, yeah, I'm talking to them next week. We're having a Zoom meeting next week to go through everything. I should be able to have the document squared up by then. Okay, so let's look at the calendar here. So, yeah, September, October. So we've got our PSAs you guys have done. Your risk identification and risk management are the two things that we need to square up. So we'll build those out. Then we hit November, and November's an enormous month of assessment content, okay? So we've got our storylines and treatments, music video conceptuals, and artist profiles. Now, the good thing about storylines and treatments and music videos is a lot of that happens in class, okay? We're going to be spending a lot of time next term going through your script writing. So we're going to be doing a lot of work on script writing. And we're also going to be doing a lot of work on conceptualizing music videos and coming up with ideas and how you would actually transfer those ideas into a Bible that you would then sort of use to establish how you're going to make your film. So that's why we're going to be shooting a music video smack bang probably in the first week, because the first week is, at this stage, a Zoom week, depending on whether TAFE changes its policy or not. If it doesn't change its policy, then the first week back is going to be a Zoom week. So if that's the case, instead of us sitting in front of a computer and me talking rubbish to you, we will instead just go out on location and film a music video. And then it's like a physical learning sort of thing. I prefer that sort of environment than, you know, dicking around online. Okay, so they're the big assessments that are coming up next term, okay? Next term, sorry. Then, as you can see, the artist profile / documentary is falling down on the 26th of November. At this stage, my envisage of how that document is going to look is very much like the music video, okay? Now, if you look at the music video, you've got your creative plan on the 20th of November. That's the creative plan. So everything bar the actual production, okay? So your schedules, your mood boards, your storyboards, everything, planning.
So just all the documents pretty much.
Everything, yeah. So it's all the creative elements of your music video. Then your music video delivery is not until the 12th of February. Yeah. So the actual production of it, you can do over the term break. You can get in and sort of over the Christmas holidays, shoot the music video. What's that? I know, it is. And look, I mean, you know, I'm talking to 3 fucking students here, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like, use that, like the Christmas break. I had a student in the mid-years complain that they had to do assessments over the Christmas holiday break. And I'm like, it's not a fucking assessment, it's a production. Yeah, you've enrolled in a fucking $15,000 class and you're going to say for 7 weeks, I'm going to do nothing. Like, you're an idiot. Yeah. Well, that student ended up leaving the course. So, And that's the way, honestly, that's why I'll treat you if you sort of come in and go, oh, why do we have to do this through the term break? It's like, dude, you've enrolled in, you've paid money to be in this fucking course. May as well use it. Like, you can get access to all the gear, you can go shoot stuff. Happy days, okay? So you've got a massive chunk before the music video is due, okay? Now, my idea is for the artist profile / documentary, you still shoot it this next term. So you still go out and shoot it and you do an assembly of it next term, okay? And you submit that assembly for assessment. There's going to be a few key parameters that I need to look at, things like audio, audio composition, a little bit of lighting, but not much, okay? But nothing in regards to coloring or anything like that, okay? So then what we would do is the second part of this. So this would be like, whereas the music video you don't shoot until over this break, the documentary's already been shot. And anything that you learn from a post-production stage between that, or at the end of this year, you will then apply to your documentary and do a second submission at the end of February with that. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm looking at there, sort of thing. So there's not much work really, because what I'm doing is I'm trying to open it up so you've got more time to polish it, because the productions, the PSA and the how-to video are kind of like naff productions. They're sort of like you do them and they're for assessment purposes, to satisfy assessment. But they're not really, like, you could use them for promotional purposes. You could say, hey, look what I've done, look what I've produced and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. But I guarantee you as you progress, you're going to go, nah, I'll just fucking shelve that stuff and I won't worry about it anymore. Whereas the music video is something that you're going to go, when it's time to release, you release it and it's guns blazing. Like, it's sort of like, look what I've just made. Now, you've seen the student ones that they did for this course so far, and they've done not a bad job. There's one that's going on a rage. Perfect, like, it's good exposure for them and stuff like that. The bands, if you do it properly, you're going to flog the guts out of your film clips and you're going to get great exposure. The one that's going on rage, the band promoted like a little sample clip, and there's something like over 10,000 views online now for a student film. So one of the students' films is already getting that exposure, and the band's gone, thank you to this person, this person, this person, this person. It's named the people that were actively involved in the production. So it's a win for everyone. Like, it's a win for the band, it's a win for the students as well. So that's a big one. The music video is like a promotional tool that's going to really sell you. You're late. If you were any taller, I would be pissed off with you right now. But you're kind of intimidating. Why are you late?
An open house.
Well, why didn't you close it? Well, at least we've got 4 students here now. Where is everyone?
Zoom. Like I said, everyone thinks it's
Everyone's waiting for you to send them a link.
Well, stiff shit. We're recording it. They can watch it at a later date. It's not like when Scott gets here and we start going through audio, it's not something we can do on Zoom. Like, you'll see it. It's sort of like, there's a lot of stuff that we have to go through. Okay. So we've got our music video there, and that's our production. Then we've got our documentary and artist profile. And whether you go an artist profile or a documentary will have 2 very different release structures, okay? So if it's an artist profile, then it's like a music video. It's instant. Once you've finished it, it goes out into the public and people start watching it. If you do a documentary, then it's more of a structured sort of promotional tool. Like with the students right now that are in January, they are doing their dramas right now, about to submit their dramas. And the whole premise is, once you've submitted it, you shelve it, you hold on to it. We're not doing anything with that film until we get to November, okay? When we get to November, we're gonna go through, and that's like this next term, we're gonna be going through things like talking about film festivals and which film festivals they need to start looking at aligning to and stuff like that. So they're not uploading their documentaries or their dramas onto social profiles or like YouTube or anything like that. They're holding on to them. And the reason being, yeah, so that's the same with you guys. So in June, you're going to be holding on to all your work. And in June, we start choosing which festivals would suit your films and where you're going to enter your films. Because you don't just put your films out into the public. If you do, you lose any sort of life that you would have had in the festival circuits, because festivals don't like films that are online. So They won't select them and stuff like that. So unlike the music video and possibly the artist profile, if that's what you're going to, are instant. You can put them online and people start watching them, and you can start building that sort of viewership. Whereas a documentary and drama are things that are sort of like, and the personal best are things that you will hold on to until you start running a festival circuit. So they won't get released publicly for at least 12 months, because you'll have like a festival run. And after that festival run, you go, okay, now I'm going to put them online so people can watch them. Okay.
How long's the documentary and slideshow?
Oh, look, I mean, you know, like it's the parameters of 3 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
And that's loose. Like, you know, like I'm not going to say to a student, if student delivers something and there's a really good 2-minute video expanded out to 3 minutes to satisfy the assessment criteria, then I'll say, nah, just make it the 2-minute video. Like, you know, just bring it back and make it the really catchy, you know, make it really at like the speed that it needs to be, sort of thing.
Is that the same if, say, it's a 10-minute video? So
yeah, the parameters are in place because, you know, then students will just go, I'll just make a 1-minute video and it's a piece of shit, you know, like, so you sort of put those parameters in place. So at least, you know, there's a bit of subjectiveness to it. It's me sort of sitting there going, I feel like you're just being lazy or something like that, but I can't really assess that. But if you go up to 7 minutes, look, honestly, for all of you, any of your films that you make, you should be sitting below 7 minutes, okay? You go beyond that and you're going to be compromising your quality because there's so much more work involved. Like, yeah, the post-production side of things, but all the video content, all the stuff that you need to film, and then the audio work that you need to do to it and stuff like that, it's just, it'll just make things too difficult for you. So I would strongly encourage you all to try and keep below the parameters of 7 minutes for everything, okay? And if you really want to go hell for leather and produce something that's of a super high standard in terms of visually or in terms of audio, so technically a super high standard, then try and keep it as short as possible, okay? So you can really focus on that area. A prime example would be David and Megan's music video group. Now you saw that one. The dudes that were rapping, skateboarding, you know, and all that sort of stuff. And there was probably like a quarter of it was really stylized and cool. And the other 3/4 was just shit, you know, like, so it was kind of like they sort of got to a point, but they didn't have the time to go right up to that point, sort of thing. So, you know, like, be conscious of that, be aware of that.
So just jumping back real quick.
Yep.
You were saying the artist profile side documentary, like what it gets stuck and revisit it later.
Yeah, so it gets submitted in November, and that's where you'll get your feedback and all that sort of stuff. And then it'll be revisited in February. It'll come back in February as sort of like your final submission. And with that, there's things I'm thinking of. I'm not even entirely sure whether you submit in February or March or April. Like, I'm trying to work that out at the moment. The longer I push it back, the more there's a risk it'll compromise your other productions, your drama and your personal best. And I don't want to do that. But the reason why I'm looking at pushing it back is because then the assessment becomes something like a marketing assessment, where it's sort of like you've made this film, and then when you resubmit, or not resubmit, but when you submit it for the second assessment, you submit it with a lot of promotional material like trailers, stills, social platforms, that sort of stuff. That's what I'm looking down the line of, but I'm kind of still sort of ironing that out. Scott, hey, g'day, mate.
Hey, mate, I'll just be 2 seconds.
I've got a class full of students here. 4 fucking students. Where is everyone? Jesus, I'm gonna have a look. And it's on Zoom right now, me saying that. So anyone who's not here, you just heard me get angry about the fact that you're not here. G'day, Scott.
Hey.
I've got a class of 4 bloody students.
4. G'day, mate.
I can't be like, yeah, anyway, but we're going to dive into it. We're Zooming it. So, cool. But the problem is like, you know, they won't be able to see much.
And I've invited in one of our Cert 3.
Great. Excellent.
Just one. It's just that she's mature age and she's got like her employment's changed.
Yep.
Up in Brisbane, and she's lovely. She's really nice.
Yeah.
So
no,
I
bring her in.
said, come on.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Mate, what have you done at school? It's looking neat.
It's looking neat. I don't know. Justin's had a go. Justin's had a go.
Deep freeze in the room.
Oh, Justin's on a bit of a warpath at the moment, I think, Scott. There's some lenses missing.
Hey,
There's some lenses
I
missing.
mentioned that the other day. You got any idea of?
No, I can't.
No.
Apparently, there's some missing from the storeroom downstairs. And between him and I, it's me.
No, you have to
So the only time I
have
can
this
think of
building. Here's the king.
open it up
Here's
to
the
get
king.
something.
You had 24 hours.
So which lens?
No, you have to forever. This is your own channel.
5 soon.
Right. And you mentioned something about a 50mm as well.
Yes, you're
No.
I hope it wasn't that
We need like
Canon.
What was it? Okay.
you know the one that goes.
I think it cost about 3 at the time.
Right.
Wait, yeah. So 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, mate. 9 o'clock. I'm just going through these guys' assessments, just because we've now got the calendar for the whole year. I don't know, Scott. I mean, like, you're teaching cert courses, but you've seen how some of the other classes run now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many classes that give you the full calendar of the year of all the assessments and stuff up front, do they? Or
No.
other than in their study guide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the only class that we've been able to plan out all assessments for the year.
Which makes life easy for everyone.
You're right, yeah.
Okay, right. Shut up, Blair. Okay. Now, so we've got our January calendar here, and let's dive into what we've got here. So there's a big one coming up in February called Image Samples, and it's right in the smack bang in the second week back from the Christmas break. Okay, so get on top of that assessment. Do it over the term break. It's just taking photos, and it should be something that you enjoy. Okay. Now, a lot of students say, and I had this feedback from students literally 2 days ago when we were shooting their PSAs for the Gold Coast City Council. Why isn't that assessment in the first part of the course? Because they learnt so much about their cameras when they did that stuff, okay? The reason being is it's a massive unit, and so by putting it at the end of the course, the idea is that you, in the first semester, play with the camera heaps, learn as much as you can, and then you deliver the assessment in the second semester. The problem is, like some of the mid-year, or not mid-year, some of the January students, and this happens all the time, they don't think about it or they don't concentrate on it until it's right there looking at it. Until they're like, oh shit, there's that assessment coming up. I'd better quickly pick up my camera and have a go at it and stuff like that. So please, whenever we're going through camera stuff, just simple things, exposure triangle, lens compression, all those sorts of things, go and play with your camera, okay? Go out and take some shots and shit like that. And potentially, some of those shots could be used for that assessment right there. The idea is that we're not trying to add more work onto your schedule. We're trying to just sort of get you to filter down what you've already done and put it into a sort of portfolio. You might want to go get some shots specifically for this assessment, which is awesome, because then you've got a good body of work. And the idea is that we're sort of building up this portfolio because down at the very end in June, we've got Year in Industry, okay, which is the very final assessment over the top of everything else, okay? And in part of Year in Industry, you need to have a strong social platform. You need to have a strong social presence, okay? So when you're shooting your dramas or when you're getting ready to shoot your dramas, like the January classes right now, they've got Facebook pages for their dramas, okay? And they've got like some stock images and they've made their own images and stuff like that. And they're putting posts up there to try and build an engagement for their film. Because as a festival, and I know because I'm a festival director, having a strong social profile for a film could be the difference of whether your film's selected or not, okay? Because I'm going through looking at all the films and I'm going, okay, we've got drama. I'm looking at my schedule, I'm going, we've got drama, comedy, drama, documentary, drama. Oh, we need a couple more comedies in there. We need sometimes it's not about finding the very best film for a festival. Sometimes it's about finding what fits into that festival program. Okay, so as a festival director, you're going, we can't just have a whole stack of dramas. We need to break it up with other films, okay? So comedies, we need to find some comedies. Let's go through and look at some comedies. Okay, there's this comedy here that's really good. There's this comedy here that's really good. Which one am I going to choose? Because I've only got one extra spot. So which one is going to go into that program? Let's look it up. Okay, so this one here's got these themes, these themes. This one here's got those themes. What audiences are going for? Maybe that one might have a leg up. Let's look at its socials. Okay, this one over here has got like people following it. There's engagement. There's people talking about this short film and stuff like that. Okay, I'm choosing this film because that film is going to promote my film festival. Okay, if my film festival selects that film, they're going to put a Facebook post up or an Instagram post up saying, just been selected for In the Bin Film Festival. Immediately we got traffic coming through from the people that watch that film or like that film's profile. Okay. So as much as it's icky, it's marketing. I fucking hate marketing. I like, there's so much of it that I go, oh, it's just so like fake. It's so unreal and all that sort of stuff, but you've got to play the game. Okay. So with this assessment down here, year in industry, we're going to be looking at all of that stuff. And part of it is, yeah, of course, your Facebook pages for your dramas and your documentaries, if you've got them, your personal bests, if you've got one. Then, of course, your own profile. Okay, so things like, you know, Blair has got a private Facebook page that's all about him, like just about, you know, getting drunk on weekends, catching up with mates, like my Facebook profile, like, you know, doing stupid shit on weekends where, you know, like you might be sort of putting yourself at danger or, you know, like doing something that might be damaging public property. Not to say that I've ever done that, but maybe I have. But anyway, by the way, you guys are at the right age. Best birthday present to get your friends is a street sign. Because it's free and it has their name on it. Perfect. So, yeah, I used to steal street signs. Carl Street in Belinga has been stolen so many times now. But every one of my relatives has got a Carl Street sign in their backyard now. So it's the best present ever. You got to pull off. You'll be fine because you're tall. You just put your weight into it, just drop it, and you'll snap it off. But yeah, my girlfriend, who's my wife now, our first date, we went out for dinner, and she was very sort of like, she was very quiet because she'd come from like a very overbearing relationship, and I was like, this is getting really boring, and I was like, let's do something. Like we're first night. Have you ever stolen a street sign before? She's like, no, it was raining. And so I put her on my shoulders and we went up to where her dad's name street sign was. So she's hanging from it. It's raining and I slipped in the mud and she fell face first in the mud. That was our first date. Now I'm married to her. But I digress. You have that stupid shit on your private profile, okay? But you need to build a public identity. You need to go, okay, this is who I am. Am I going to be a cinematographer? Am I going to be a sound recordist? Am I going to be a director? Am I going to be a writer? Whatever those things are, you need to build a public profile that says, this is who I am. So yeah, your Facebook page can be private with all your friends and family and all that sort of stuff. But then you have a public page that is me. Okay, I am a filmmaker and this is what I do. So when you do the image samples and all those sorts of assessments, they're accumulative because you get all this data, all this content. And when you build that Facebook page, you've got weeks and weeks of photos and things like that you can start publishing to your professional page. So you start that interaction and that engagement. Does that make sense? And I'm teaching this, but I'm fucking hopeless at it. You know, my last Instagram post for the Touring Film Festival was probably 4 or 5 weeks ago. You know, like I should be putting something up at least once a week, you know. There's only so much time in the day. But anyway, like that's what this image samples thing is here. Then we got music video. We got edit for a fast turnaround, which is something that the students did just recently. We've got documentary / artist profile. So we've got that in March. So, okay, so we've got 26th of November. I've already put this on the calendar preempting it. Okay, so I've got it in the 12th of March sitting there. Then we've got lighting design assessment. So that's the same as the image sample. So lighting design is like image samples is about your camera and understanding your camera settings and controls and functions and all that sort of stuff. No, I want to see, we will have raw and we'll have edited. So you'll do both and we'll take you through Lightroom and we'll take you through Photoshop and show you guys how to use those things if you're feeling uncomfortable with that sort of stuff. Then we have lighting design, and that is the same as image samples, except this time, instead of just taking stuff that's working with your camera settings, you're now going to be taking stuff that's working with the way that you shape your lights, the way that you use light to create mood and tone, how to sort of adjust the lights to create hard shadows or soft shadows, how to fill space, that sort of stuff. So that's a lighting design assessment there. Then in April, we've got our drama. On the 2nd of April, we've got our drama delivery, okay? Now, I cannot stress enough the importance of this massive gap sitting in here, December and January, okay? Because you've got your music video and stuff like that. But that's also where you could develop your scripts for your dramas, your personal bests, all that sort of stuff. Use that time wisely, okay? The mid-years from last year, there was probably 2 students that I went, great. The rest of them, I was like, fuck, what did you guys do? Like, you know, you just missed an opportunity of like 7 weeks of nothing, you know, like, yeah, you could go, you're going to go shoot your music video, but that's like 2 days, you know, like there's like 7 weeks of stuff you could be doing. And the script writing and stuff like that is stuff you can be doing in your own time, you know. I'm sure there's lots of Netflix shows you can catch up on and stuff like that. I'm fucking guilty of that. But, you know, like...
I've already got my 7 weeks planned out. So.
You've already got your 7 weeks planned out. Good. Well, hopefully it's got film stuff in there.
I think my 7 week notice is
Cyberpunk, of course it is.
I've already pre-ordered it.
I've waited 8 years. I'm not fucking doing anything else.
Script writing.
It's full. 72 hours, just Cyberpunk, then 2 hours sleep.
Okay, so we've got drama. Now, the next one we've got is visual effects. Now, this one here is something that Simon's already stepping you into, okay? So it's a collection of data. That assessment is all the stuff that you do in visual effects with Simon's classes. So, you know, when Simon does the visual effects stuff, keep it, you know, have it stored there because it's going to come to that point. And the students that don't turn up to those classes are the ones that get burnt on that because, like, he records them, but could you imagine trying to watch a recording and learn how to do it, like, on your own time? Having Simon in the room is a valuable asset there. Then down here, personal best is on the 4th of June. That's a big one. So as you can see, there's a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks of no other productions other than your personal best, okay? So that should...
Is the drama and the personal best not overlapping?
No. So the drama kicks in, drama delivery date is April. The personal best delivery date is the 4th of June. But that said, yeah, you should try and get things going on both at the same time. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, you know, you guys are fortunate with that big break right in the middle there, whereas these guys, it's more condensed. So they sort of have to sort of deliver things pretty much working at the same time. So if you look at theirs, personal best is on the 11th. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. Whereas you guys have got 9. You've got an extra week. So, but that said, like, you've got the documentary up here, which we've sort of removed as well. There've been a few things that have changed.
Is the dramas, is that an individual edit or is it a group edit?
The drama's a group edit. Yep. The documentary is an individual edit. The music video is a group edit.
And the PVs?
PV's your own edit, yeah. Unless there's someone in the room that says, you know what, I want to be an editor. And if they want to be an editor, they could potentially cut like 2 or 3 personal bests. Yeah. So there you go, guys. Your calendar's up there. It's there for reference. You can see it all the time. As you can see over in this calendar over here, I've made some adjustments. That might be the case with yours throughout the course. We might go, you know what, we didn't get around to that. Let's just quickly try and do that now. So yeah, depending on the project, will depend on what we work with there. So that is our calendar up on the wall there. Now, the assessment documents, if you want to get a bit of a heads up, if you go into the Q drive and go to student resources, assessment tasks, all the assessment documents are in there, bar the documentary, which is something we're working on at the moment. Artist profile / documentary. So all the other assessment documents are in there. However, if you're sitting there going, well, fuck, that's what we really need to look at is a documentary / artist profile, which is what we do need to look at. If you look at those 2 documents there, you can see a blend between them and you can go, oh, okay, this is kind of what I'm going to be getting assessed on, okay? So you're aware, with the artist profile / documentary, you need to make a decision on which direction you're going to head in. So you need to tell me, okay, Jed, we're going to be doing a documentary, or Jed, we're going to be doing an artist profile, and this is what we're going to be doing on, stuff like that. You'll have the parameters of 3 to 7 minutes with your edit sort of thing. We will be looking at your audio work on that. So it's a big thing to make sure that your audio is up to scratch. And with lighting, it's more like just 3-point lighting, very basic sort of lighting setups. We haven't even looked at 3-point lighting yet, but we'll have a look at it, you know, in the coming periods. Shit, we're running out of time. All right, so there we go, guys. While we're waiting for Scott to get ready, because we've still got another 10 minutes, what I'll get you guys to do now is just go into risk identification. So go student resources, assessment task 1. So Q Drive, student resources, assessment task, and open up risk identification. Now, this is our assessment document for this we're going to be diving into after Scott finishes his class today with you. So after Scott finishes his class, we're going to belt this out, okay? It may not look like much. There's 3 questions to it. Now, normally we'll allocate about 3 hours to do this assessment, okay? But today, because we've got the sound stuff happening to start with, we're probably only going to run off like, say, 2 hours. I've got a couple of fun things organised this afternoon as well. I've got an audition down in the black box with a past student. So there's a student who did this course 3 years ago. She's a lovely student, and I'm auditioning her for the short film. I'm not entirely sure how she'll go. She seemed very wooden when she was in class. So when she was here doing the course and she acted in a few students' films, she was quite wooden. However, she's been doing a lot of acting training and stuff like that. She works at Outback Spectacular. She's a lead horse rider for that. So she's kind of like getting probably a lot more comfortable with her acting performance. So I'll be seeing how she goes today with that. So that's an audition, and that's happening at I think it's happening at 1:45 with that. At 1 o'clock, I've got an interesting one, and I wasn't going to do this, but then I thought, actually, this would be really cool for you guys. So I was going to do this just in my own time with this guy, but then I was like, oh, actually, this will be really cool. There's a mate of mine, well, not a mate of mine, his mum's a friend of mine. His name's Tom, and he does acting. He's had some pretty good success early on. Nothing too major, but like he's had a big talking role in like PJ Hogan's film that was shot here a couple of years ago or 2 years ago. What's it called? Swinging Safari, the feature film. Swinging Safari. But his look and his style. Hello.
Hey, Jed.
Oh, this is our student of the day. G'day, Laura.
Lorna.
G'day, Lorna.
This is Jed, and this is the this is the July.
This is a July intake. Yes.
Some of the July.
Yeah, some of the July intake. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, I've sent a message on Facebook saying, "Where are you?" Okay. We're filming it on Zoom, so we're not hosting it on Zoom. I'm just going to record it and put it on the Q Drive, and then they're going to have to learn their own time.
All right.
They're not going to be able to see much because it's like, as you know, with the projector and the screen and stuff. I was just talking to these guys about what I'm going to be doing with them this afternoon after this. So just quickly, so we've got an audition at 1:30. I've got Verity from class.
Oh, good.
So she's going to audition for the cave.
Oh, she's coming in?
Yeah, she's going to come in.
Great.
So she's coming in at 1:30.
Great.
And I've got another guy, Tom, who I was just telling these guys about. He's getting a lot of sort of interest. So he's not auditioning for my film. I'm actually helping him with an audition. So he's going to be auditioning for a feature film down in Melbourne, and it's about a surfing, like he's a surfing guy. He's like, yeah, he's a surfer. So his audition, this is a really interesting audition, but his audition is, I've got Maddie, who's in our January class, and Sammy, both in our January class, going out to film him surfing and skating tomorrow, because that's part of the audition. He has to submit him surfing and skating.
Yeah.
But then he also has to audition for a performance as well. So what I'm going to do with that one is this afternoon, hey boys, what are you doing?
We're talking about other countries.
Oh, stop it. So this afternoon, after we finish our audio class, and we're going to belt out this bloody risk management as fast as we can, this afternoon, we're going to be doing an audition, but you're also going to be seeing the flip of that. You're going to be seeing me work with an actor who's getting ready to audition. So this actor's going to be, we're going to film a self-tape for him that's going to be sent down to Melbourne for this feature film production that he's been asked to audition for. He's auditioning for the lead role, so it needs to be pretty strong, okay? So I'm going to be sort of filming him, but instead of auditioning where you'll see me a bit more guarded, I'll sort of like be like, okay, your character's this, this, and this, and I'll see how the person performs for me. With his audition, I'm going to be there going, this is what the director's probably going to be looking for. This is how they're going to want to see your motivation sort of manifested and stuff like that. So it's a very different process. And as I said, I wasn't going to do this in class, but then I thought, you know what, this is actually a really good learning tool for you guys to see the flip of an audition. So see how it works from both sides. So that's going to be this afternoon. Now, before we go any further, Scott has come into the room, but he's gone again. So I've said it again. I'll say it right now to the Zoom class. You are heavily assessed on your audio in this course, okay? I've said it a million times. Audio is 60% of your film. Vision is 40% of your film, okay? An audience, as you know, will watch a bad film with bad vision more than they'll watch a bad film with bad sound, okay? So what we're going to be going through today is not necessarily capturing sound on location, because it is all about just capturing on mic, and Justin's already talked a little bit about that with you guys. So using the mics, boom poles, lapel kits, that sort of stuff to capture the best sound. What we're going to be going through now is the post-production sound process. So using equalization, using compression to get the best out of your sound. Isn't it like compression is just such a crap word, although it makes sense because that's what you're doing. But a lot of students will sit here and go, compression sounds like you're turning your audio to shit because you're sort of squishing it down. That's not the case, okay? You're actually enhancing your audio and improving your audio for doing it. But compression is probably the most difficult part, isn't it, Scott? Because it's so hidden. Whereas equalization, you can clearly hear a difference when you start sweeping it by. But compression is a bit harder to hear. It's not as noticeable. But as a festival director, I notice it because I'll be watching a short film that's compressed, and then I'll watch another short film that's not compressed, and you can absolutely hear the difference when you play them side by side. So, without further ado, Scott, I learned everything off Scott when it comes to audio, because Scott is the master of audio.
Can I put this up on Q Drive as well?
Absolutely, go for it. And do you want these guys to open that up?
Yeah. Does Lorna need a login, or is it just open?
What's that?
Lorna need
No, just open it up. Yeah.
Just open it up?
Yeah.
So I'll put them on Q Drive. Where would you like me to put it?
Student resources, 2020 student resources.
2020.
01 student resources.
Oh, yeah.
And just put
No, this will just be like
Okay, guys, so in the Q Drive, it is 01 student resources audio masterclass. Copy and paste that over to your D drive. You guys are so lucky. You've got like 5 students in a room doing this. Scott.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, I think Hunter, there's a couple of
That's right.
So Q Drive's a network drive, Lorna?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone notice that like the hand sanitizers here at TAFE, when you use them, you get left with like a sticky residue, whereas like normal hand sanitizers don't do that. Like the pumps aren't even working properly. Like the way like the label's just been sticky taped onto an old soap bottle. Leaves dishwashing liquid.
I was cleaning my hands with whiteboard cleaner for a couple of weeks until somebody told me that's not disinfectant, you know. True.
Is that whiteboard cleaner?
No, that's not it. But there was another bottle down in room 408 That looked exactly the same. Clean hands.
Well, you got whiteboard. Like, you can rub a whiteboard down now, Scott.
Yeah. That's what happens when you get to my age, mate.
37. It's a good little camera. That's great. Just, I'm rating it. Except for some reason, Nikon Z6s and 7s don't come with a preset log format. You have to actually break out to 10-bit on the Ninja or something to get the log.
Really?
So I've got to work around it, but I've created my own log and it works pretty well.
Okay, how are we all going? We got access to this folder.
Who keeps drawing these heads?
Someone in the jam class.
Is it someone in the gen class?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that yet.
You don't think anyone in our class is skilled enough to do that?
No,
That's a good backhanded compliment there, Blair.
I don't think any of us know.
What other classes in there?
We've just got our January class and then
Oh, right.
yeah,
So no other. It's just all screen.
all screen and video. Yeah.
Good.
All right.
There's no networks showing.
You drive?
Isn't it linked into
Do you want to see my folders?
I'll just go the this PC and the Q drive.
Then we're
Oh,
going.
you want to see team?
I don't know what that is.
You know what
tried
team?
to- you tried to
Yeah.
Oh, what's it?
Audio masterclass. That one in the middle there. I would suggest that instead of opening it up,
Oh, yeah,
on
it's
drive, copy and paste it over to sort of like say the D drive or something. So
That's the word.
yeah, I love the Q drive quite slow. And you can so your brain sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Should take one. So just go to sources.
You want?
And just copy the whole folder. And then just go to the CDA, go to the scan and D drive. You're a Mac user.
Don't start, Jed.
I don't really get who prefers what.
I hate Mac.
Oh, okay.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
Which is why I brought along my.
There you go. Look at his mug. Look at his mug.
Yeah, there you go.
That's hand drawn. That's
not hand drawn, mate.
That's
That's vintage.
what Final Cut will do to you.
Okay. Heads up, ears open.
There you go. Heads up, ears open.
We're all going to start with. We're going to be having a look at audio. We're not going to be dwelling too much on capture, but there is a few things I want to say about capture. Then we're going to go into Premiere Pro and have a look at the post-production process, and then that involves equalization, compression, adjusting levels, etc., and then the mastering process, which is the export process of that audio capture. Now, we're going to be in Premiere Pro specifically today. I'll come back next term and we'll do it again in Audition.
Yeah.
So we'll use the dynamic link to come out of Audition, out of Premiere Pro into Audition, because there's a few other bells and whistles that we can utilize in Audition. But I think it's a good grounding to get an understanding of how to do it in the editor straight up.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, most of the things you can achieve in Premiere Pro, but Audition does have a few like bells and whistles that make things a lot easier. So,
And I've noticed that Adobe, they've really lifted their game in the last couple of years, and they seem to be putting on, it's the same with After Effects.
but they're just not as good as Avid yet. That's the only thing.
True. But they seem to be, once they deprecate something in like After Effects or Audition,
Yeah.
they put it into Premiere.
Right. Okay.
So what was in After Effects or Audition, like a tool in After Effects Audition, like 2 years ago, is now in Premiere.
Right. Okay.
Like Ultra Key is now in Premiere.
Yeah.
Okay, all starts here. This is where all of this starts. If we don't get it right here, everything else that follows doesn't matter.
You can't polish a turd, and that's basically what bad audio capture is. And it's impossible, isn't it? Like to try and recover bad audio, because there's going to be things like Justin's probably already talked about. What does he call it? The sibilance.
Sibilance and plosives.
Sibilance and plosives, yeah. So like if your microphone is off mic, so when you're capturing your audio and your microphone's pointing this way instead of this way, you're going to lose elements of the audio that you just can't recover. like it's impossible to recover. It's gone. Okay. So capturing is your first point. You need to make sure you nail your capture, especially when it comes into your documentaries and your artist profiles. You're going to need to do that because that's what you're getting assessed on. And if you don't do that, you'll get resubbed on it. And that's a shitty resub to look down the barrel of, because that means you need to go back out and refilm those interviews and stuff like that to get the audio right. Okay. So make sure that you're on mic, and it's really subtle. Like microphone pointing at Jonathan here, that's on mic. Okay. Microphone pointing at Jonathan here, that's off mic. It's really subtle, that subtle movement, and you lose that bit of audio data, that bit of audio information that you're just never going to be able to recover. And we'll hear it straight away. Just in regards to capturing on location, a couple of cheats, a couple of things to sort of do that are going to help you, okay? First of all, if you're shooting a drama or a narrative, try and use the black box and build a set around it. Build the frame, build the set around it. Now, the reason being is that room is full of curtains, okay? It's full of absorption. So when someone talks, you don't get that echo that you would get on a timber floor or on a tiled floor in someone's house, which is everyone, whenever they record stuff inside their house, they go, why does it sound so shit? And it sounds so shit because you've got reflection going everywhere for your audio, because the tiles are bouncing off, the walls are bouncing off, the roof's bouncing off, and all that sort of stuff. If you've got no choice but to film on location, then when you get to that location and do a recce, like we did the other day, have a look at it from a sound perspective and go, okay, this room's big, it's tiled, we're going to have reflection. What can we do to minimize that? Okay, one, we could look down the barrel of ADR. So we can go, okay, well, we need to capture the dialogue in ADR later on down the track. So we schedule for that. We shoot the scene, then we go back to the campus and we do the ADR, voice recording of the person talking back there. Or alternatively, we get a heap of rugs and we put rugs on the floor and we line behind the camera a wall of rugs or sheets, okay? And what that's going to do is that's going to minimize the reflection from the audio. Okay, the audio is going to stop bouncing and it's going to sort of just hold quite nicely. Now, a couple of things that students make a mistake of is when they hold the boom pole, they hold it down to the ground and they point it up like that. Okay, now if you do that, you're going to get a lot more reflection than holding it up like this, pointing down. And the reason being is, look at this roof here. Look at the space up above my head. So if you've got the microphone down there pointing up, you're going to be getting all the reflection from up there. Whereas my head is closer to the ground, sort of, well, probably not, but sort of close to more so the ground, and the ground's going to absorb that reflection a lot more. The surface of the roof is a lot more reflective than the carpet on the ground. Okay, so pointing down instead of pointing up, okay, making sure you're on mic, and assess the space before you film there. If it's tiled or if it's got timber floors, you need to bring things in to minimize that reflection. Okay, so there are a couple of big things there.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at a video in a minute, runs for about 6 minutes, about just underlining exactly what Jed's gone on about recording audio. And really, guys, we are so particular about this front end stage here. If it's not right here, trust me, all of the rest is going to come for naught. You've really got to get this right from the get-go.
If you get that right, that other stuff is awesome. It's a sweetener. It's like,
that's it. And you want to be in a creative mode when you edit. I've always said that editing is a creative pursuit. You know, it's not a chore, it's not a labor. If you're in fix-it mode while you're trying to edit, if you're trying to fix up crook audio that could have been fixed right from the get-go, you're not in creative mode.
you're wasting time.
You're definitely wasting time. You're wasting time of the company you're working for. You're wasting your own time when it could have been done properly right from the go. So we're going to have a look at what that means, how that works. I've got some audio here. I've got some really crook audio that I recorded, and then I've got some decent audio that we recorded as well. So we're going to have a look and listen to that. Microphone placement, what Jeb was saying about on mic, you really want to be on mic, not off to one side, off to one side. You're still going to get a level, but it's going to sound very echoey. It's going to sound very muddy. So on mic is really important. 6 to 8 inches away from standard voiceovers. With the boom mics, you need to be getting in as close as possible, and you need to be in communication with your camera person so that you keep that boom out of shot at all times. But you need to, that's the boom operator's job, is to get it in there as close as possible.
boom, shake, shake, shake the room. I'm old. No one got that reference. Oh, did you get that reference?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I did, but he didn't do it, but I got it.
Good. All right, let's have a look at this video. Then we'll have a listen to some audio about capture. It all starts with the capture. So I've given you this PDF, and you can take that away and have a look at it in your own time. I've also got some other files in there which you can take away and have a look at in your own time as well. We don't, oh, here it is, okay. Now, I'm assuming, before we go on, we're not going to go through it all, but I'm assuming everyone has an appreciation of the human audio spectrum, hearing spectrum.
I think Justin's already sort of delved into that with these guys.
20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, I know Lorna has.
Have you guys, has Justin talked about? Yep, yep.
Okay. All right, let's go watch this video. I'm going to leave that link up there for the human hearing audio spectrum. You can go and watch that. What are we using? Chrome in here?
Yep.
Today we're going to take a look at an audio issue that often confuses people who are new to voiceover technology. That being the proper setting of audio input levels when recording their voice. What should the levels be, and how do you control them? Let's jump right in and find out. This is the input meter inside Adobe Audition. And if you don't use Audition to record your voice, don't worry about it. Just make sure the software you're using has an input meter where the levels are well defined, as you see here. This is how recording levels are often monitored by pros when speaking into a mic. But many people who are new to voiceover are often unaware that the input controls further upstream that need to be adjusted first. This is where the confusion and frustration usually occurs. And it's well represented in many of the audio samples I've received during first contact with students. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't know what you don't know. But luckily, it's easy to learn. That being said, before we start talking about meter readings inside our software, let's take a look at the devices that need to be dialed in before we start recording. This is an XLR mic. It uses a 3-pin connector and requires a device that will convert its analog signal into a digital signal so your computer can process the audio that's coming from your mic. This device is officially known as an AV converter, but it's more commonly referred to simply as an audio interface. And by the way, if you're using a USB mic, what I'm about to roll out will likely apply to some degree, and it will definitely apply once we get back to talking about the input meters in your software. On most audio interfaces worth their salt, you'll find that they also have input meters, even though those meters may not have the same look and feel of the meters inside your recording software. And these meters are used to determine how hot or rather loud your signal is going to be when it hits your computer. In this case, instead of having a linear meter, this particular interface has an LED ring around the gain knob. Depending on how hot the signal is, it will turn green, yellow, or red, much like the meter inside our software. In all cases, you don't want it to turn red, because that means your signal might be clipping, which basically means that the input is too hot and will cause distortion in your audio. At that point, it won't matter what the levels in your software are, because the signal will already be compromised before it even gets to your computer. A yellow light indicates that you're getting into the danger zone of clipping, and green means that your input signal is either at or below an optimum level. So how do we adjust these settings to make sure that we're getting a signal that's not too strong or too weak? We use the gain control on the interface. That control could come in the form of a slider, a wheel, or in our case, a knob. So let's quickly run through the motions of dialing in our levels at the interface, and then we'll circle back and take a look at the meter levels inside our recording software. First, position your mouth 6 to 8 inches away from the mic, and then speak at the same volume you plan to use on your actual project. Next, adjust your gain control while speaking into the mic until the loudest part of your script causes the meter to read yellow. Now, adjust the gain down in very small increments until the meter no longer reads yellow at the loudest parts. And if you do see yellow when voicing a project, it doesn't mean you're clipping. It's just letting you know that there is potential for clipping. In other words, don't freak out and stop voicing your project just because you saw some yellow along the way. You should look at the yellow as being a bit of a buffer zone between green and red, and you're likely to get into the yellow at some point, especially if you're voicing a very animated piece. And for those people with USB mics, you may have a gain control on your mic, but no input meter on the mic. So you'll need to adjust your levels by looking at the input meters inside your software as you adjust the gain on the mic's wheel or knob. Okay, so now that we've taken care of the levels on the interface, let's move on to the input meters inside our software. So where on the meter should the levels be here? The quick and easy answer is making sure your peak input is hitting the meter at -12 to -6 dB, as you see here. And this isn't a set in stone rule, by the way, because some projects will require your peaks to go above or below this range. But it is a good baseline to use for most projects. And remember, we're talking about the peaks in your audio, not the entire range of your audio. A good deal of what you voice will fall well below this range. And that's a good thing, because natural human speech is dynamic, and we typically don't want to lose that natural human sound in our recordings. So let's put all this stuff to the test by voicing a few lines of script. And along the way, I'll show you what I do to get my peaks dialed into that -12 to -6 dB range. Here we go. This is a failed attempt to have my audio peaks at -12 to -6 dB. At this point, I noticed that I was too far away from the mic, so I moved in closer and tried again. This read is much better, although I've got some...
Okay, so this concept here, this is really important because it's called starting at the chain, all right? He noticed that he was too far away from the microphone. So rather than turn up the gain at that stage, he checked his distance between the microphone. That's the first stage, right? So you're working your way down through the chain. You're adjusting all the way down through the chain. Starts with the voice first, starts with that 6 to 8 inches away. And once you've got that right, then you can start to adjust everything else that comes after that.
Room for improvement. During this read, I knew my distance from the mic was good. So that has me wondering, is the gain knob on the interface set too low? And yes, sure enough, I just remembered that I recently completed a job where I had to get in really close to the mic for a more intimate read. And because of that, I had lowered my gain level. So now I'll adjust the gain upward as I test the mic and give it a shot. This is much better. My distance from the mic is solid. The meter on my audio interface looks good, and my audio levels inside my recording software are peaking at -12 to -6 dB. So there it is. Use this method to record your voice, and you're likely to get great results during playback. Speaking of playback, the next related video will address the other side of this issue, which is setting proper output levels for your audio. The short answer is -3 dB, which is a broadcast standard. But why? And how do you get there safely? To make sure you don't miss the answers, subscribe to this channel, and you'll be automatically notified.
So
He says -3 dB is broadcast standard, but in Australia, isn't that -12?
it depends on the network as well. They'll have their own specs.
Yep. Okay.
But I mean, as a rule of thumb, -3 dB is going to give you the headroom.
Yep.
It's known as headroom. But all networks will have their own specifications, as you know.
Yep.
Yeah, because you along with that.
Yeah.
So we're going to be having a look at the other end. I've got some samples in here, which I'm just going to play to you as well, of what I recorded too low. So here's an example, and you can see by the waveform. Okay, so I put this in. This is called too low.wave. And how often have we seen this kind of signal?
Yeah. Who's that talking?
Can we crank this audio up any further?
Yep. Is that, or is that as loud as it is?
Probably as loud as it is. That's it. I think you've got to get an amp. You've got to get an amp.
Talk to Justin. I just went to the room next door, and they've got a camera that streams their classes.
Okay.
We're Screen and Media. We don't have a camera that streams our classes.
Have a look at the waveform here. Way too low, and you're really struggling to hear what I'm saying. Okay. So one thing we can do. So this was recorded too low. So what most students will do, they'll say, "Oh, no problem. We'll just bump him up." So we'll take our gain here, and we'll just increase our gain. And that's what we find most students will be end up doing. They'll increase the gain like that. Now let's go back and have a listen to that.
To all students of the Diploma of Screen and Media 2020, this is an audio demonstration on what happens when you record your audio levels way too low.
Yeah, no, it's always on that.
Although you be able to hear this voice okay in your headphones,
It's on.
it's not going
It's
to
just
come up very
distorted.
well. post-production mix, as we'll soon find out.
And the problem with that is, by increasing that gain, yeah, you've increased the audio level, but you've also increased all of that background noise behind it. Put all this rubbish background noise behind it as well. And we're starting to hit distortion territory because we're really cranking the gain up in the editor. So let's go back and have a look at the other way.
Just so you're aware, guys, Scott's taking us through this in Audition, but you would be doing the same process as in Premiere. So yeah,
Same metering.
Yeah.
It's just we're using Audition just to demonstrate here. This one's typically wicked, and we get this one a lot.
And this is an example here is
Right. Now you can really see it from the waveform as to how it's actually going to sound. But we get this one a lot as well. And this is distortion. And there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do to fix this in post-production. I could take it down. Still.
and this vocal example here is a
So the meter's okay. The meter's hitting -6, but the vocal is just absolute rubbish.
demonstration of what happens when you
Okay. And you can see how this is where the word clipping comes from. Can you see up here along the top and the bottom? It's like someone's come through with a pair of scissors and just chopped out all the dynamics of the signal. So that's where the word clipping actually comes from. So that's come in at too hot a volume through the microphone. There's nothing you can do with that. There is no magic cure. There's no silver bullet for that signal. You're going to have to go back, re-record again. Simple as that. You cannot fix that.
So normally with the waveform, as you saw with Scott's waveform before, there's a shape to the waveform, the way that the edges of the waveform sort of bend, or the way that it's not like a definite sort of flat line. There's sort of like an angle, like there's a little bit of a pitch on either side of it and stuff like that. But once you go to clipping mode, you're removing all of that. It's just like a straight sort of across the board sort of point there. There's no shape to your audio. You're not going to get that shape back. You're not going to get those dynamics back.
So here's a audio waveform that was recorded at the correct level.
And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very, very little background noise. And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression.
Okay, so that's hitting all the boxes there as far as audio capture is concerned. Now we can comfortably apply, let's go and have a look at some equalization. Let's apply some EQ to that. So equalization, have you guys been through equalization before?
They briefly touched on it. I don't think we've done much. No, these guys will be coming in green.
Okay.
Equalization's the fun stuff. Compression's fun, but equalization's where you will be able to notice a genuine difference, whereas compression, you don't necessarily notice that difference as much.
And we're going to be doing this as an exercise this morning as well.
So this is a parametric EQ. And at first sight, it might seem a bit intimidating, but I'm going to simplify things for you by breaking it down section by section. And by the time I'm done, you should have a pretty good handle on how everything works. Okay, the first area we're going to take a look at is the frequency display window. This area gives you a visual on what's happening with the various frequencies that you see here. It also provides some control points for making adjustments to those frequencies. But before we get into how the controls work, I'm going to simplify things a bit to build a basic foundation of understanding, because by doing that, when we dive into making some finer adjustments later on, you'll be able to more clearly understand what you're seeing and hearing. So to begin, I'll get you oriented on a couple of things. The first being the frequency ruler here at the bottom, which gives us a rough idea of where we might make adjustments to frequencies. And second, the amplitude ruler over here, which gives us a rough idea of how much we're boosting or cutting any given frequency. And if you don't fully understand everything that I just laid out there, what's coming next should clear things up for you. Pretty much everyone is familiar with how controls on a radio work, so I'm going to use something close to that model to to start the conversation, and that will allow us to easily navigate into the next lesson. Every radio has a volume adjustment, right? So let's bring up a mock interface and bring in a volume knob so we can make some adjustments to the volume and give you some idea of how that change in volume would be represented on the frequency display window. As I'm talking, you'll notice my voice is getting louder, and that's because the volume knob is causing an increase in volume across the entire frequency spectrum. If we look to the right, we can see just how much the volume has been increased, and the rise of the blue line indicates that not only is the volume being increased, but it's being increased across the entire frequency spectrum. In this case, the increase is 10 dB. And as the volume is lowered, all frequencies are lowered with it until we cross into the negative space on the display. And if we look here, the volume has been reduced by minus 10 dB. So now I'll bring the volume back up and split the frequencies between bass and treble only using these two new volume knobs. On the left of the display, we have bass frequencies. And as I'm increasing the volume of my voice on this half of the frequency spectrum, only the bass in my voice is increasing in volume. And as I lower the volume of the bass and cross over into negative space, you can hear that only the bass in my voice has been reduced, while the treble sounds on the right side remain. So now I'll head over to the treble volume knob and do the same thing. As I increase volume on the right side of the frequency spectrum, you can hear that my voice has gotten much brighter while the bass frequencies remain the same. And as I reduce the treble volume and head into negative space, you can hear that my voice sounds very dull. And that's because all of the brightness has been removed from my voiceover. Okay, so this time I'm going to split the frequency spectrum into 3 parts and introduce you to a new range of the spectrum referred to as mids. Now, mids are present in most sounds, and they contain a lot of important audible information for our ears to be able to hear a lot of the tonal qualities of any given sound. But too much or too little mids, just like bass and treble frequencies, can cause a less than ideal listening experience. So let's check out what mids sound like. As I'm talking, I'm boosting the mids, and I'm sure you're noticing that boosting this area of the frequency spectrum is causing a bit of a boxy tone, like you might hear coming from the speaker of an old wooden radio. And as I cut the mids, you're going to hear a lot of bass on the low end and a good amount of the higher frequencies. But clearly, we have plenty of critical stuff going on in the mids, because without the mids, it just doesn't sound good at all. Okay, so let's head back up and level things out again. And now I'm going to split up the frequencies one last time and talk about the 5 general EQ ranges. And then we'll dig even deeper from there, so we can start looking at how we can target very specific frequencies to subtract some of the things we don't like from the audio and increase some other frequencies to improve the sound even further. So here are the 5 general ranges for EQ. We have lows, low mids, mids, high mids, and finally the highs. Let's start with the lows and hear what they sound like when we add and subtract volume in that area. Okay, so I'm boosting the range between 20 and 125 hertz. And as you can hear, it's sounding fuller and fuller as I'm increasing the volume. And the lower the pitch of a voice or instrument, the more careful you have to be in this range, because it would be very easy to overdrive the sound by adding too much on the low end. And on the other side of the coin, as I decrease the volume in this range, you can hear that at some point, we've lost a lot of the natural frequencies that are in my voiceover, and it sounds thinner than it otherwise would on its own. But making a cut in this area is sometimes helpful if competing with, let's say, a music track that also contains a lot of low-end sonic information. So when it comes to mixing voiceover with music, cutting either the voice or the music bed in this range would be one way to get both tracks to play well with each other in the mix. Okay, so let's move on to the low mids.
I'll just stop it there, because this is quite a common concept, is to attenuate or drop down the power of that band between 20 and 125. We used to do it a lot in television. Typically, you'd have a television journalist outside on the street somewhere. There'd be a lot of heavy traffic behind them, or there'd be a lot of city traffic or city hubbub. So when the tape came back to the studio to edit, we would typically take out the bottom end, and we call the bottom end that 20 to 125, because the human voice doesn't really get down that low, but traffic, city noise does. So we could clean up the audio somewhat by just dropping down that bottom end. Didn't affect the vocal too much, but it really affected the background. So that's always a good place to start. If you're looking at starting and tweaking a signal, start at the bottom end.
Low mids tend to have a lot of warmth and body, but can also contain a lot of muddy sounding audio. So sometimes making a cut in this area is the right thing to do. But for now, I'll boost up the low mids so you can hear what that sounds like. While I'm boosting, you can hear a pretty significant amount of immediate overdrive. And that's because a large portion of my voice print lives in this area. So it doesn't take much before things get out of hand and it starts to sound really bad.
Just so you're aware, there is distortion in the
lower the
speaking
volume
here, so
in
it's
low
not.
mid-range, we can start to hear that it's pulling
It's
out
just there's
far too
distortion
much,
in the
what's
speaking,
called my fundamental frequency. And as it was on the positive side, when we boosted things up too high, we're getting another negative result because a significant portion of my voice lives in this range. And by pulling it down, it makes my voice sound much weaker than it otherwise would. So when dealing with voices that may not contain a lot of low mids, adding a little in that area can warm things up a bit, or if you've got too much power going on in this range, a small cut will likely produce a better result when EQing the voiceover. And later on in future lessons, we'll dig deeper and narrow our focus on low mids even further to see how they can help us improve our audio. Okay, now on to the mids. Remember what I said about the mids sounding boxy? Well, now they're going to seem even more so because we've narrowed the focus even tighter. And anytime you're boosting or cutting around the 500 hertz range, you can pretty much expect the boxy, or sometimes referred to as honk sound, to be that much more noticeable when you make a change. So let's have a listen in this range and see how things sound as we increase and decrease the volume.
This is a great tutorial.
As I
haven't
increase
seen
the
this one
volume, you can hear that things are quickly moving toward that boxy sound I was talking about. And generally speaking, this is not a positive result, especially for vocals. And as I pull the volume down in the mids, you can hear that while it doesn't sound as bad as when we boosted the mids, it still doesn't sound very good. And that's because we're making such a big cut in this area that we're losing some of the frequencies we do want in the signal. But as we'll see later on, by tightening our focus on exactly just those parts of the ranges we want to either cut or boost, we can improve the signal without affecting too many neighboring frequencies. Okay, the high mid-range is an area where we're very sensitive to cutting and boosting. So before I increase the volume in this range, just know that on the boost side, it's going to create some pretty unpleasant sounds like increased harshness, a very nasally tone, and increased sensitivity to any words that contain an S sound, for instance. And on that note, the kind of whistle in an overly strong S sound is known as sibilance, which you've likely heard of. And since sibilance is generally irritating, you may want to adjust your headphone volume accordingly.
Some
I'll
students
give you
call
a
me
couple of
sibilance.
seconds to turn your headphones down.
Generally irritating.
Here we go. Now I'm increasing the high mids, and as you can hear, the tone of the voiceover is increasingly annoying because it's enhancing the frequencies we're most sensitive to. So any sound I make, or S sound I make, like snakes or spiders, will not be well received by the listener. So now let me slowly back this off so you have a little time to readjust your listening levels a little higher so you can hear what a lack of these same frequencies does to your ability to hear me articulate. And on that note, this next demonstration should make it pretty clear just how important this range is to humans when it comes to picking up speech and many other sounds that are important to us. So as I'm lowering the frequencies in the mid-highs, you begin to very quickly hear how muffled the speech is, as if I'm speaking to you from the other side of something that's blocking the sound. And as I increase the volume in this frequency range, you can hear that my speech has become much clearer, and it's a lot easier to make out everything I'm saying. And as I mentioned with other frequency ranges, we'll also narrow down the exact areas of this range where we can make some adjustments to improve the audio. Okay, now on to the last range, known as highs. In Increasing volume in this range will open up the very top end of the voice and bring out a sort of shimmer or airy quality as we increase the boost. But too much boost in this range can also cause problems, such as sibilance creeping in, which can also be found in the highs at times, depending on factors like the mic you're using or the vocal attributes of any given voice talent. And as I decrease the volume of the high range, you can hear the airy quality leaving the voice and sounding duller as I go lower with the volume. And people sometimes make fairly deep and wide cuts in this area to remove overly bright sounds, but taking broad strokes to cut frequencies in this range can often be a mistake because you can bury that airy quality I talked about. And humans generally find that quality to be pleasant. So when we hear too large of a reduction in this range, it can easily result in the listener perceiving the audio as having a lack of a certain quality that their ears would prefer to have in the mix. Okay, so those are the basics on the 5 general EQ ranges, and
That's it.
I'll see you in the next video.
That's an excellent, excellent tutorial, Scott.
Yeah.
I'll definitely be using that later on down the track.
Last year, I was like,
Maybe you may not be thinking of it just yet, but maybe you might be starting to creep into your heads in terms of understanding the creative applications of the equalizer. Okay, it's very easy, and students ask me this question all the time. Isn't there just a template, a preset where we can just press a button and that it does a layout for us for audio? But that's not the way that the equalizer should be used. Okay, it should be used creatively for each production that you do. Now, inside Premiere, inside Audition, inside Avid, inside any editing or audio editing program, there will be presets that sit there. What I tend to do is I'll open up those presets and then work off them because one, your environment that you're capturing your audio is going to be different every single time. So a preset's not going to work for that. Two, the tone of the film, the motivation of the person talking and stuff is going to change the way that you work with the equalizer as well, because you want to sort of add sort of some dramatic elements to their dialogue and stuff like that. So a preset doesn't work in that regard either. So you kind of, hopefully, that was a great tutorial, Scott. Hopefully that sort of gives you an idea of possibly the creative applications that you can achieve. Now, he was going to extremes with all those levels, okay? So it was getting to sort of the nasty and yuck. But if you adjusted them within sort of within the parameters, you will end up with something really sweet.
Which is what we're going to have a look at here. So if I come over here to my effects rack, we're going to get hands-on with Premiere in a minute. I just want to show you this though. You'll see this a lot in the equalization. You'll see 10-band graphic equalizer, 20-band, 30-band, and this one down here a lot parametric. What is the difference? Difference between the 10, 20, and 30-band. Again, he divided his band up into 5 for the 5 generic blocks of bass, mids, high mids, etc. What a 10-band does is it busts this up into 10 different sections. The audio spectrum up into 10. So what would a 20-band do? Exactly the same. Busts it up into 20. 30-band busts it up into 30. Why? Anybody got an idea as to why we might want to do that? More control. Absolutely. That's it. And on. It's more control. We've got more control over a 30-band than we do over a 10-band. Okay, so with the 10-band, we're going to be adjusting one big block. With the 30-band, though, we can finally get down into those individual frequency bands. Yep. Parametric equalizer does a lot of the analyzing for you. Let's just have a play with this 10-band first. Just put him on loop.
And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion, there is very, very little background noise, and this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression.
See how Simon, see how
This
Scott.
audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very
that's the original signal.
Very little background noise. And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a
Sweetened up. on these tinny speakers, and with this tinny voice.
Post-production environment to
So what I've done there is I've taken out the lows. Can you see how I've knocked down all of these lows down here? Okay, I've actually taken them all out below 31 hertz because my voice does not get down that low. In fact, most human voices do not get down that low.
Except for maybe mine.
And then we get this arrangement here. We start to increase bit by bit by bit. We're just nudging the bands very, very slightly.
There's a name for this, and it's confusing as all buggery because it's sort of like the opposite of what you think it would be. You may have heard of people saying high pass, low pass. What would that be? High pass.
Why?
Because you're working on the high frequencies.
It's letting all the high frequencies pass.
So
Blocking low frequencies.
you're taking the low frequencies out and you're letting the high frequencies pass. So high pass.
So you should be able to hear the difference when I A and B that.
to EQ and compression.
So that's EQ in.
And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level
See how the original just sounds a bit muddier?
that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very, very
And this was recorded with a fairly decent mic. It wasn't in an acoustically treated room though. It was just a normal living room situation.
So put it into sort of perspective. You guys are talking about going and sleeping in a haunted house or a haunted building for the night, okay? Using your equalizer with your dialogue and with the environmental sound that you're working with, you can shift the entire tone of what you're trying to achieve or what you're trying to make the audience feel just through playing with the equalizer. So it's not even about what you're shooting on the camera. It's about how you manipulate your audio in post to make that happen, make the audience feel a certain way.
a little background noise.
So this is a parametric equalizer. Does roughly the same thing as a multi-band equalizer as well. It's a bit more scientific. It examines the frequency spectrum. What I've got here, I've started with a preset called Vocal Enhancer. And again, it's done exactly the same thing as I did before with the good old 10 band, is that I've knocked out the bottom end, just about all of that bottom end below about 60 hertz. See, in HP, there's your high pass, right? There's your high pass sitting right there.
And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment
Muddy,
to EQ and compression.
let's go back again, let's have a listen.
And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very, very little background noise. And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production.
Okay, so it's
Very subtle differences. Can you guys hear that?
it's sweetening. Okay, that's what you're doing at this stage. We're not fixing anything. There's nothing there to be fixed. Okay, we're just sweetening at this stage. I mean, we could be a little bit more radical, I
To
guess.
EQ and compression.
Let's get this.
So does everyone understand
And this audio file
what's
is a
going
very
on
good
here? We've got
demonstration
our
of the audio level
hertz
that you need to be
running along the bottom,
striving for.
our
on your capture.
decibels going up
At
top.
this audio
So frequency running down the bottom, volume running on the sides, okay? Now with the parametric equalizer, you can shift these points around as well. So you might not want to have it locked at 3K, you could shift it down to 2K or you could shift it up to 5K in terms of the frequency that you want to sort of hone in on and work with. Does that make sense?
audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very, very little background noise. And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression.
Okay, so you can see how around this band here.
And
I'm
this
starting-
audio file is a very good
Just adding a
demonstration
bit
of
more
the
power.
audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion. There is very...
So you should be able to hear the difference. Can you hear the difference between the muddiness and the sweetness? Again, that phrase up there, less is more. So that's all equalization does. With the human voice is really simple. It's uncomplicated as opposed to instruments, musical instruments. Saxophones are really complicated because they've got such a wide harmonic range. Bass guitars are pretty uncomplicated because they have a really low bass end. But in terms of human voice, don't be afraid of EQing human voice because it's not that complicated. Just think about those three sections that we had a look in that video, just busted into bass, mid, and high. And after a while, your ears, you'll start to hear that's too bassy, or there's too much mid in that, or there's too many highs in that. So now you know where to go to make those adjustments to either boost or cut. All right? And the only way that you're going to get your ears dialed into this is to keep listening for this sort of thing. All right? And that's why I put some bad audio in there for you to have a listen to as well. And also, when you're watching television or watching movies, just take note of what's going on with some of the, particularly with the vocals, particularly with the dialogue. And particularly when there's a lot of background noise, because this is very handy in cutting through that background noise. And that's what you're trying to achieve here, is cutting through the background noise. Okay, next part, compression. So, let's have a look at dynamics here. I've got a compressor. Just going to keep my compressor for the moment. What is a compressor? It does what the name says. It compresses the vocal range, the dynamic range of the vocal. And it sounds as though that's a bad thing. It's not. What it's doing is it's compressing down all of those high peaks and boosting up all of those low audio signals as well. So you're starting to get the low and the highs meeting together in the dynamic range. You've all heard the Harvey Norman television commercials, right? They use a lot of compression on that. The voice is 100% in your face all the time. So there's a really good example of high compression, right? They're using a lot of compression there to keep that voice at the same level all the way through. And that's why a lot of people say, oh, why does that television ad sound so much louder? So that way, it's not, it's a perception thing. It's not louder, it's perceived to be louder because the vocal range is actually really compressed. And that's what a compressor does. It compresses the dynamic vocal range so that it cuts through, again, here's another little tool that will cut through the background mix, the background noise. So how does a compressor work? Compressor works with four main elements. We've got our threshold, ratio, attack, and release. So what does that mean? Okay, so the threshold here is measured in dB. And all the threshold is that measures or indicates at what time the compressor starts working. At what volume level does the compressor actually start working? Okay? The second one is the ratio. Well, how much are we going to squeeze that vocal dynamic range together? If we have it at ratio 1, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to sit there. If we pump him up to ratio number 2, then it's going to double. Okay, so that's your the ratio. So we're going to double that compression. The attack time is how quickly that compression is going to occur. In this case, we've got 1 millisecond dialed in, so it's going to be a really quick attack for that compression to come in. And then release is how long is it going to take to release that effect. In this case, we're going to dial it at 50 milliseconds. And then we've got the makeup gain. Because we're compressing that vocal range, it means we're actually losing volume as well. So we need a makeup gain to make up the overall volume back to where we were in the audio range. So we've compressed the vocals, but now we're going to increase the volume level of that compressed vocal. Yep. So that's what a makeup gain does. Let's have a listen.
very little background noise. And this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression. So I'm just applying my compression now. And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. At this audio level, there is nil distortion, there is very, very little background noise, and this type of audio level will respond. You hear how this is becoming a little bit more in your face, it's becoming a little bit more front and center. Extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression. And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for on your capture. A ratio of 4 audio level, there is nil distortion, there is very, very little background noise, and this type of audio level will respond extremely well in a post-production environment to EQ and compression. Okay, so we're starting to really get into that, what I call the Harvey Norman territory, because those ads, they do it so well. Do you guys know what I'm talking about with the Harvey Norman ads? You know, it's just bang, bang,
Is there
bang.
a reason why you would choose to compress and not compress in relation to your audience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You have to pick the moment according to what's happening on screen. I mean, you wouldn't be using compression all the time. This is for a television commercial, so you will be using compression all the time on vocal. In a short film, though, there will be passages where you will not be using compression because you want the natural dynamics of the human voice to be coming through. But you'll be using equalization to control those natural dynamics. Okay? Heavy compression is used predominantly in television commercials where you really want to cut through that mix. We're just talking about the Harvey Norman effect.
Yep. The mic from National Tiles.
Yes.
Hello, Frank Walker here from National Tiles.
Yes, that's it. And the last little bit of the compression puzzle is this one here called the limiter. And the limiter, again, does exactly what it says. It will limit the signal. If I punch in a minus 3 dB threshold, turn on my limiter, that guarantees me that the audio signal is never, ever going to go past minus 3 dB.
And this audio file is a very good demonstration of the audio level that you need to be striving for.
See how I'm pushing that up with the limiter? It's still limiting it. G'day, mate.
Very, very little background noise. And this type of audio level.
So that's all the limiter is doing. It's guaranteeing that our audio signal does not go past this minus 3. But you've got to be very careful using limiters. Again, please remember less is more. Whenever you do any of this stuff, and you'll have headphones on too, so you'll be able to hear the effect a lot better using headphones. So those are the two tools we use in putting together or sweetening audio vocal, will be the equalizer and a compressor. So what we're going to do now is we're going to jump in and have a look at a Premiere Pro setup, mix for a television commercial, and we're going to apply those principles to that television commercial. So I hope you've downloaded the folder from the Q drive, and we'll open up the Premiere Pro file.
They won't touch it. Yeah, don't want to put them in. I'll bring it in shortly, Justin. I'll show you.
Hey, Matt. There you go.
I've just told Justin some bad news.
What's that?
One of the Black Magic Curses, the students were filming with it yesterday. And it had the it's on the is it the V-Lock mount? What's it called? V-Lock mount. And they didn't have it fully locked. It's not bad. It's just like there's the base of it's No, they caught it before it hit the back of it. I've tested it all. It's running.
The battery.
No, the actual like shoulder mount section.
Oh, you're talking about the V-Lock.
That's pretty exciting.
There's a Premiere project file in there, guys. Just double click on it and open it.
always there, guys.
You got it?
So we had a
Can I ask
video
a maybe obvious
slide.
question?
Yep.
Generate one day. What's that tell you?
Yeah.
We're obviously making all these changes.
Was it,
And
was it
visually, when you look at the recording, it doesn't actually
Yeah.
The
physically
vlog,
change.
that would have been more than the vlog down on there.
But does it within,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean?
People
It
would
goes
not be allowed.
The way.
waveform, but you don't visually see changes through the
Do they get
waveform.
Oh, when we
When we're
apply,
manipulating it.
when we apply, we're just
They're like-
commissioning that.
They get to use it.
We're actually-
And then it was reshape.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's why I was
Yeah,
wondering. I was like,
yeah, no,
oh,
we'll reshape. And that's what we're doing.
Adjusted in 8 hours.
So when we bring that audio file.
So, Scott, these guys are working on their equalizer and compressors at the moment?
Sorry?
These guys working with their equalizers and compressors?
Yeah. So that when we're happy then with those dialing settings,
Yeah, then it applies to that.
and that will
I was getting confused. at what we
visually
were
change the
manipulating.
waveform.
Yeah.
How are we going over it, guys?
Yeah.
Is that a bit,
H plus 4.
Hey, Justin, we're going to Cheeky Nando's for lunch. You want to come? Scott, yourself, Simon. What?
Okay, let's have a look at what we've got here. I hope everybody's got this open. I've done most of the setup work for you. So this is an Adobe Premiere project. We've got our vision up here, sitting up in video track 1. Over here in your project panel, we have the TVC mix down wave. So I'll get you to drag that over to audio track 1. That's our music bed. We're not going to touch the music bed in terms of EQ or compression because it's already assumed that this has come out of the production agency, already mastered, already mixed properly, and has the right amount of EQ and compression on it. So very rarely would we as editors touch a finished music piece apart from adjust volume. That's about all that we would do. But there is no, unless we're instructed to do otherwise as editors, we just leave the music tracks alone. Okay. The next file we've got here, if we have a look here in this folder, we've got voiceover file. So here's our voiceover. So drag that stem down onto audio track 2. So here's our voiceover.
H Plus Sport has what you need. Natural electrolytes from plants, not chemicals.
Okay, so there's our voiceover. And then we've got another folder here for sound effects. This one here for sound effects. So we've got a number of sound effects here, which we can position into our timeline.
Has everyone got headphones? We're paid to put your We're paid to put your headphones on. Get your headphones on.
So let me just demonstrate. I'll do a demonstration here, and then you guys can put your headphones on. Give it a go. All right. I think that might be the best way to do it.
Yep.
Bit by bit. I'll do it here. Then you can give it a go. So for the moment, I'm just going to solo my audio, my vocal track. Okay. I'm just not going to worry about my music bed for the moment because I know that that's tight. That's nice and neatly tied away. So here, if we bring up our audio tab up the top, and what we're looking for, audio track mixer for the TV master.
H Plus Sport.
So here you can see we've got our audio track 2.
It's just out here.
Our vocal.
You work hard and play harder. Water can't give you back what you lose.
You work hard and play harder.
Up here in your effects panel, can you drop in a EQ for me? Thank you. There's just a little twirl down there. And bring in EQ, parametric, EQ. Don't worry about dynamics for the moment. Let's just stick with parametric. So haven't got this little drop down here, just up here on the top left, twirl down.
It's important to understand that you're working with track mixer, not clip mixer. Okay, track meaning you're running through the entire audio track here to work with this effect. So regardless of how many clips are in there, how many different audio bits are in there, it's that singular track that you're working with.
All good?
So that's it.
Yeah, so double click on parametric to bring up the controls.
Molly.
Yep.
Hello, Molly. Molly, what's that? She sent me a message.
Computer's up. Still loading? So you double click on the effect you want to get the
As you can see, there's a lot of things we can plug into that track, that audio track. The ones we're working with, parametric equalizer and compressor, but there's a whole stack of others in there for more creative range in terms of what you can do to your audio.
Okay, here I'm going to start with the vocal enhancer. So double click on your effect up here to bring up the effect interface. And I'll get you to select vocal enhancer if it's not already selected for you.
H Plus Sport has what you need. Natural.
So when I A/B it, you see this little bypass the effect switch up here on the top left. So when that's got that little line through, you're bypassing the effect so you can A and B the process. But again, let's just start with this vocal enhancer.
Natural electrolytes from plants, not chemicals. H Plus Sport isn't made in a lab. Too much sugar dehydrates you and robs your energy when you need it most. H Plus Sport only has 5 grams. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
So I'm going to stay with that for the moment. I've just sweetened up his mid to high end, cut out the bottom end. Again, less is more with this stuff, guys. So you want to put your headphones on and give that a go. And I open up the parametric. You double click on the effect. The effect up in the slot up there, just double click. Bring up your interface. When did that happen? Yesterday.
Yes. I'm going to take this. Yeah, so they just didn't have a locked over the thing properly. I mean, like, you know, to be fair, the boys were like working really well with it. Just, I've had it happen like my English before of the email. Just so easy to swap off. Yeah. No. Or for the ground. So it has the little, that's the thing, it's like where the shoulder hits the back, it's just like a plastic or like an allied sort of casing, and it's been so it's like, that's the damage. But Justin will be like, oh, there's so much damage involved.
Yeah, that's
I'll go get it for him so he can lose a bit of hair.
No, you want to get a big sorry.
First of all, I don't know what
And this is not elastic.
I think.
okay, we're good. But I just want to let them know.
Yeah.
Try just to get that happening and put it. The scene's been goes. I've been trying to message him for a moment. But he keeps going offline on other platforms. So I think he is. And Lex, for some reason, his account's down.
It's that. On what? Reggie.
Yeah.
Where accounts do.
Yeah, man. Facebook.
Lex is hopeless.
What's this guy? What's this Discord?
Lex.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not even here, so I think they've got no idea. It's all his old friends from Australia. Why are you trying to get Racine and Lex here on the house mission?
Yeah, they said they'll be on board, but I haven't pitched them the idea yet. So
Yeah, I'll just hold on.
Sorry, can I just hop in there? Just have a look at one other thing.
Yeah, that's more.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good. Is that at a level you can
Yeah.
comfortably tolerate?
Yeah, it is.
I could ask him, maybe going.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So what you're listening for there is sweeping the voice, just adjusting, less, more.
Yeah.
All right? But you can see we've already taken out the bottom end, so probably around these two notes here is where we're going to be getting a lot of the sweep. Going good for you?
yep. So far.
Muck around with some of the other presets to get an idea of what's going on as well. There's a preset up there called Old Time Radio. Punch that in. See what that gives you.
I'll leave it in here. I'll show Justin.
Is that the ASCII, of course?
H+4, natural dehydration. You work hard and play harder. Water can't give you back what you lose. H+ Sport has what you need.
H+ Sport has what you need.
that your box?
No. I need a proper box for them.
I haven't seen it one.
This is how we pull it out for the students. Wrapped up in bubble tape, bubble tape. Okay, so that's it. We'll see what he says.
Is there a lens on?
Yep. Everything else is fine. It's just like
Does like stuff, is it?
yeah, but it's yeah. We'll wait and see. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. The students. You know, that's what's going to happen, isn't it? Like, it's just unfortunate it happened so early in the whole realm of things.
It's worse money for being on the beach.
Yeah.
Drop into the salt water.
It's inevitable that something like that was going to happen. It's just unfortunate that it's happened so early. Like, you know, so the first time we take it off campus. Because the other students all went really well.
Was that the guys that
Like,
yeah, the one?
no.
No, it wasn't those ones.
No, it wasn't those ones. It was,
Where'd you go? Because me and Terry left like so we can't see that. You must have thought.
I had to get down to the chute. There was a old lady that took off just after me, and you can see that she was going to slow down traffic. So I was like, I'm out.
Like half expecting like a roll thing, like
No,
that bloody car.
not that bloody yeah.
Forward, cycling in the trees on the land.
How many normally in this class?
7. Very small class. We've got one on Zoom watching. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Scott, because you can help me absorb the brunt of Justin.
He's not in a good mood.
He's in a good mood today, is he? It's the worst time to actually say there's something wrong with it.
When I was listening to it last week, and I really hear his saliva.
Similar.
So yeah, it's really
Saliva!
like it's just like you can hear his tongue when he's speaking, and it's just really off-putting.
That's going to get masked by the music.
Yeah, yeah. It's just when you're like really concentrating on it.
Yeah.
It highlights.
Particularly with headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bear in mind that once we get the music happening,
You got all with the lunch.
Yeah.
yeah, those
You
little,
can't take
You can grab
that.
something.
those little
Ow.
things.
Let's go. Like coffee real quick.
Yeah, what the next phase is, and let's move on to the next phase. So once you're kind of happy with the EQ, I mean, this is not to be set in stone and then forgotten about. The next phase is we're going to bring in the background, the music background. Then we're going to apply a vocal compression, right, to get that sitting in the mix now with the music background. But it may be that we need to go back and just tweak the EQ again, and tweak the compression again. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that we're starting in this methodical way. First, less is more,
Yeah.
right? Tweak, tweak, tweak. Introduce the next stage. Tweak, tweak, tweak. Next stage. Tweak, tweak, tweak. So, bring in your music bed.
Natural electrolytes from plants.
Now, you can adjust your overall volume of your music bed, which is on track number 1. So I would suggest taking down by about 3 dB to start with.
Not chemicals. H+4 isn't made in a lab.
So start with your, by adjusting your overall track gain, taking it down to approximately minus 3 dB, or even 4. On your music bed, you can adjust that either by the track mixer up there, or this little envelope line that runs through here.
You work hard and play harder. Water can't give you back what you lose.
Next, drop in a compressor. So we come up here to amplitude and compression, and we're just going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down from the top. Dynamics. Double click on your effect called Dynamics to bring up your compressor. Make sure you've got compressor ticked. And don't worry about expander, don't worry about auto gate, don't worry about limiter for the moment. Make sure that you've got your compressor ticked. Dial in your ratio, put him at 3:1 to start with. Just as a general rule of thumb, most vocals are going to be, depending on the power of the vocal, it's going to be sitting somewhere between 2 and 5 on the ratio scale. 5 being very highly compressed. 5 is going to be like your Harvey Norman type effect. Geez, they get blamed for a lot, don't they? What's that, Harvey Norman?
You know what? I've always been anti Harvey Norman, and then I've gone and purchased stuff recently, and they said JB Hi-Fi is the biggest rip-off out of all.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I walked in and like the markups like $200, $300 more than anywhere else.
For JB?
Yeah, JB, and the cheapest that I've found so far has been surprisingly Officeworks and Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman has always been the most expensive.
Pretty well.
Oh, just like what's I getting? I grabbed a GoPro the other day. I grabbed a couple of like bits and pieces for the GoPro. I got a Mavic the other day, and
Water can't give you
even
back
the
what you
markup
lose.
at JB Hi-Fi for the Mavic was like Mavic Air 2.
Threshold is when the compressor starts working. So at minus 20 dB is when the compressor starts working, which if we have a look at our audio levels on our metering at the moment,
H+ Sport has what you need.
we can see that it is indeed working. It's coming in because our audio levels are around about minus 15 dB at the moment. So what I might do is I might actually increase that threshold, bring him up to something like about 30 just to start with.
Naturally,
Now you'll notice that the vocal has become lower in volume. This is where you need to adjust your makeup volume now. So your makeup volume.
electrolytes from plants, not chemicals. H+ Sport isn't made in a lab. Too much sugar dehydrates you and robs.
So I'm up around 15 dB makeup there. So my compressor is kicking in at approximately minus 30 dB, compressing it to a ratio of 3 times. Leave the attack and release at the 1 and 50 milliseconds. That's perfect for a TVC. And the makeup gain round about 14, 15 dB. And you should be able to hear a big difference.
Robs your energy when you need it most. H+ Sport only has 5 grams. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
So with your compressor in and your EQ in, you should be hearing quite a change in your audio volume. So up here in my little effects tab up here in my channel strip, let's go back.
You work hard and play harder. Water can't give you back what you lose. H+ Sport has what you need. Natural elect.
So you'll hear that effect a lot more pronounced in your headphones. The order that you apply your EQ and your compressor is very important. You always EQ first, then you compress. You don't go the other way because it's just going to sound like a big jumbled frequency mess. So get everything sweetened first, and then you can start to compress it. Sorry?
this, like buttons. But don't valid the actual parameter, so. Not even.
Oh, here,
Yeah, like all mutes, all it's from our data. I didn't realize it was
mute and solid.
yeah, so, yeah, I didn't even stamp on the fire.
Electrolytes from plants, not chemicals. H plus sport.
Well, good, Lorna, can you
Yeah.
understanding what's going on here?
I was just wondering what order technically should you be layering the audio? Like,
Oh, setting out the tracks?
as in, like, would you draw this and then put the sound effects on? Oh,
Yep.
that's the proper way. Like, sort your voiceover out, press it, everything
No, man, it's just separate.
on top of your audio,
Like,
and
that's
then
all
the
right.
sound effects.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chunk by chunk.
Yeah.
Bit by bit.
Yeah.
So the sound effects, because while they're important,
They just
I'm
add on.
serious.
Yeah.
Science and
Yeah.
technology, but you want to get those right.
Yeah.
Before you start even looking at something.
No, I wouldn't use it.
and in what order can you play the tracks out? That's entirely up to you. Whether you want to put the vocal on track 1 and the music on track 2 or vice versa, it's a personal choice. So whatever your workflow is, there's no hard and fast rule on that. It's just whatever you're going to do.
It's horrible. When you get it out.
Isn't made in a lab. Too much. Isn't made in a lab. Too much sugar.
So we can only really listen to using the parametry. Let's take it down. Was also here, for instance, not an exclude.
Well, for foods.
Plants, not chemicals. H plus sport. Back what you lose. H plus sport.
Working for you?
Yeah, I'm just playing around listening to adjusting how it sounds.
Yeah. You're set up at home.
Yeah, so I can play around with
You can take
the
these files
voice.
home and play with them.
Yeah.
You know, and really, at the end of the day, this is one of the better ways to get a feel for what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try and break it, try and make it sound good.
Although this is improving progress, we've been doing audition.
Yeah, same.
Still,
They're exactly the same effects.
yeah.
They're exactly the same effects, just the different application.
Yeah.
But these effects are exactly the same in audition.
It all looks the same in audition. Yeah.
Yes. Did you?
The Dark Lord.
Yeah, he exactly gets like this. It's really disappointing.
If it's not Sauron, that's just like.
Yeah, I know.
So the next link is that we just dynamically this out into audition. So this audio
And it's enjoyable.
like we did on Tuesday, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that step there, okay, so we've just assembled everything here in Premiere, but I'm just showing you how to do it in Premiere rather than audition.
I like Scratch. Sounds like someone.
Like if I had a really complex mix, then I'd be taking it to the I'd still be selling it. I'd be sending the audio out into audition, doing like what we did on Tuesday, all of that there, and it's just dynamically linked back to Premiere. So it can be done in both. And so the next bit of the puzzle is ducking. What is ducking? Ducking is when the vocal is silent or there is no vocal, the music will start to rise up to fill that space. That's it. That's known as ducking. And I'll put him up here if we have a look here. So let's say, for example, we've got our music pad. We've got our music pad here. On the bottom, we've got our vocal up here on the top. I just say these are the vocal peaks. The bits in between where there is no vocal. So it's talk, talk, stop, talk, talk, stop, talk, talk, stop, talk, talk, right, etc., etc. The process of ducking is when there is no vocal, okay, the music bed is going to rise up to fill that space. Ducking. It's also known as sidechain compression, which is a really, really old technique, goes back to the 60s. And the way it works is that the vocal signal drives the compressor for the music. So while there's vocal present, the compressor compresses the music bed. When there's no vocal present, the compressor will let it go. And that's it. You know. And you'll hear this effect. You listen to the radio, FM radio, a lot. You'll hear that effect when the announcer talks over the start of a music track. You'll hear this all the time. You know, they're talking way over the start of the song's playing in the background, and as soon as their voice stops playing, out comes a little sidechain compression. That's all that radio station uses. The recording studio uses it. It's been around for yonks and yonks and yonks. It's just on a sidechain. And it's very handy. There's a feature now in Premiere which we're going to have a look at, which is going to help us do that. Again, we go back a few iterations, and this was only available in Audition. But again, we see this deprecation theme when Audition move on to something a little bit bigger and better. They push it over to Premiere, which is a good thing. Okay, so we're going to have a look at the sidechain compression here in Premiere.
How's this going for you guys? Is it sinking in? Like you're sort of understanding it? I mean, look, this is one of the hardest things for us to teach, I think, Scott, because it takes repetition for some people. What I've seen so far with Scott, what Scott's showing you guys is far more detailed and better than what we've done in the past. And it's more structured because it's such a big thing to talk about. So, yeah, hopefully it's sinking in.
First thing I'm going to ask you to do is to adjust your track number 1, your audio track 1. Pump him up to around about that 1.5 dB over 0. So you've got a nice good volume there to work with your music bed for me, thanks. So your music bed. The first thing I want you to do, just on track number 1. I want you to click on the audio tab up the top. The audio tab up the top. Bring up this essential sound panel over here on the right. Highlight your audio 1 track, which is your music track. And allocate that as a music track. See here, we've got, what are we going to allocate this as? We're going to allocate it as a music track. And the same with your second track. We're going to give that the audio type of dialogue. So this is this automatic ducking in Premiere. Just come around and make sure you got that set properly. Yeah, I can set up to set up the music. You've got yours set up here properly. Audio, where's your
Now, Scott.
So this one here, this is music. Should be okay in the music. This one here. Cool. Yeah.
Am I right in thinking, like, is it still a thing where you sort of step it down? You always do your parametric equalizer first and you step it down to your compressor? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, if you do it reverse, all you're doing is EQing the compressed version.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, good. So you've allocated that music. Yeah. Right. Good.
So tack.
So now we come back to
okay, so you've got your parameters, like let's say.
So everything was done manually.
Okay, so threshold.
sometimes the auto features in your program work well.
Your attack. So that's where you want the audio to be affected, anywhere above that line or below that line there. Okay.
You can.
So your attack is how quickly it starts to pull the audio back. Okay,
Because of my
so
experience, I like
once
to
the
do things
audio
manually.
hits the threshold,
Now I
it
know what I'm
tackles
doing.
that
I
quickly.
know what I'm dealing
It starts to pull
with.
back.
This sort of
And
preset
the
stuff,
release
I don't
is the
know. I
other
understand
side of
what's
that,
going on.
how quickly it starts to
Well,
I'm not in
back
control.
line. So once the audio starts to fall below the threshold, how quickly it starts to release that sort of affected. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're trying to bend so that you're trying to bend it like that. Okay? Because if you don't,
An
then
exact
it's
size.
just going to cut
Um,
straight without the attack and release. It's just going to cut straight. It'll be a
but
harder
at the end of the day,
and that's where it's just as Scott showed at the very start of the day. When you hit picking points, just
rely
like
on
a distortion.
Yeah,
That's where you'll start to just like it won't be distorted, but it'll just be really boxy. Like you'll hear a difference. So by doing the attack and release, it's just bending that way over those parameters. So your threshold's not set.
and
This is what it's going to be. Your threshold might be minus 12 dB, but your audio might go up to 10 dB, minus 10 or something like that.
Okay, so the effect that we're aiming for here is I'm going to click on, so we've designated to this little auto ducking feature in Premiere. We've designated this top track as our music track, which we have. We've designated our bottom track as the dialogue track. Come back up to the music track, and the preset we want to select here is this one here called Smooth Vocal Ducking. And you'll see here, down here, it says duck against. What do we want the music to duck against? We want it to duck against narration.
The Power Rangers.
Or dialogue. Okay? So make sure that you've got this little icon selected here. Make sure it's blue. You want to make sure that it's selected. Sensitivity, probably leave it 4 at this stage.
This is new.
Duck amount. Yeah, I know. It's not an exact science. It kind of works. Duck amount, let's, I think it came in about minus 24 dB, which is way too low. Let's have a look at take it to about minus 9 dB.
So this is in Avid to do this. So this is
Yeah.
view that I've seen in Premiere. Yeah.
Okay.
So exactly the same parameters in Avid with ducking. So you do exactly the same thing as what Scott's doing here.
Fades here, it's 1.2 seconds, which is a little bit too long for my liking. Probably go down to half of that. 600 milliseconds, just a little over half a second.
When you're selecting your ducking, are you working within the minus 612 range? Why are you choosing 9?
Okay, so that's the amount of dB it's going to lower the music by when the voice is active.
How do you know what's the right amount? Just playing with it? Yeah.
Hey, this is my charger. This is my charger.
I think it's
But I'm just giving you these numbers because from experience,
Yeah,
I know where to
that's
start as a ballpark.
Yeah.
Then when you've got that, you can click on this little generate keyframes, and that's going to generate some keyframes for
So
you.
analyze the audio.
Yeah, and it hasn't done a particularly good job here with this particular one, so I'm just going to adjust things a little more. Let me just make a few adjustments here. Come back to ducking. Sensitivity, I might take him up a little bit to maybe about 6. Duck about 9.
You can see it at the start there.
Yeah,
Actually, I think. Oh, yeah, no.
it's not. It's going to bump up my audio volume.
Only because the music's already been compressed. Maybe.
Smooth vocal ducking. We'll get this right, guys. We will get it right. Okay. So here I've dialed my sensitivity in around about 3 duck amount is about minus 5 dB, and fades is about half a second, 500 milliseconds. You can hear the process.
Has what you need.
It's going to take my overall volume down somewhat.
Natural electrolytes from plants, not chemicals. H plus sport isn't made in a lab. Too much sugar dehydrates you and robs your energy when you need it most. H plus sport only has 5 grams. Everything.
So we're just using, you can see here on the keyframes how when there is no vocal, it's just gradually lifting the music level. Can you see here these automatically generated keyframes? And as Lauren just pointed out, if you want to go in and manually change these, yep, you can. Just grab that little keyframe there and drag him up to increase the volume level, if that's what you want to do, or decrease.
5 grams.
Right, that's just way over the top, but you get the idea. You can go in and manually adjust those keyframes. So we've started with the preset, stopped in the auto keyframes, and then we can go in and manually tweak.
A lot of you guys have probably already been doing this within your audio, because it's one thing that a lot of students will tend to do to try and get their dialogue to override their music sort of thing, is I'll put keyframes in their audio and bring it. Has anyone been doing this already? Like anyone? So Jonathan, you've done it before. Now, it's all complementary, because the more you put compression in, or the more you work with compression and equalization in your dialogue, the less you're going to need to worry about doing this, like to the extent that you would normally do it. Like in the past, you've probably been quite aggressive with putting your keyframes in and doing your ducking. Whereas now, understanding how the compression and equalization works, it's going to enhance your dialogue so it sits more present over the top of the music that was there, without having to do too much.
You won't need to do as much ducking. But to be fair, in a television commercial, this is typical of a television commercial for broadcast, because you're coming through on all sorts of speakers, little tinny speakers and the big sound systems. So this is typical of a TV segment.
So you can see there's this big chunk of dialogue down here, and that's where it's ducked in there. So you can see the audio is being pulled down there. I'm keen for some Nando, Scott.
I knew. Let's go. Is it?
Yeah, it's like skip 1 or 2, like here.
Yep. Huh? I just have a put it on screws.
Go balance background. Go to highlight the now go back. Balance. There are some.
Let's see what it's doing. But here, I'd be going in manually.
So anyone else getting that? Like, have you got smooth vocal ducking for yours? No, you don't. Jonathan, have you got smooth vocal ducking for yours?
On the presets.
Yeah,
Ideally.
So,
Yeah,
I guess smooth. Like if you go,
and that's where this parameter here.
you'll see that some of the parameters have changed. Yeah.
So 1,000
And then
milliseconds, 1
if
second.
you start
So
adjusting
the
them,
lower that number, the quicker it's going to come in and release. The higher that number, the slower it's going to come in.
try that.
But again,
Action plan, you want it hard.
yeah, but yes, exactly right.
It'll take a little while.
If your big blockbuster movies would be using the same
Well,
concept.
trigger down. It's got a couple of keyframes to the back end. But your parameters,
This is just to give you a concept, how and why it works. So there's no that there are bigger, better tools that will do it.
And make your ducking out a bit more aggressive.
I mean, there's so many exports for movies, you know,
sensitivity, make that
cinema release and then television release. There's so many different audios depending on.
Actually, no, make it 8.
There's all sorts of
That's one.
formats for cinema. You know, they had their own lobbies around.
Yeah, you'll be able to if you just click on the track itself.
And we're just dealing
right click.
you know, so gently. Yeah. That's right. So that's the concept here. Now, whether you start with the preset or whether you dial it in, and there's not a great deal here to manually draw in. So that's the concept. It's just you're filling the gap where there's no vocal music, and you can make it as smooth or as hard as you want.
So for example, I've got my side of the dancing manually through the digital recording.
Yeah.
That's where I dropped the soap. That's where it's most haunted.
Yes.
This is where I tried to get chilled.
Yeah. Just really want to make sure you guys get the concept today.
Yeah.
And then you can go and noodle with it at home. And you also now know what to look up as well, ducking, vocal. But seriously, the only way you're going to get your ears into this is to keep on listening, noodling and listening.
Oh, sorry, over here, Blake. Okay, so to add extra keyframes, guys, if you wanted to do anything manually to your ducking that you've got in there, to add extra keyframes, just get your play head to where you want that keyframe to be. Hit this tab here, add or remove keyframe, and then you can move it up and down. Sorry, Justin. Oh, sorry, Justin. Jesus, you got totally. I'm like in a world of like confusion right now.
He walked in the room before.
He was, as I said, I'm like, Justin. I'm like, well, you're in a mood there. And anyways, and I said, oh, because he's worried about the whole broadcasting of the students. The students. And I get that the students want to do broadcasting, but they've got to come back to me at times. Like the students have got to say, I think we can do this day and this day.
Is that why you put to the?
Oh no.
Yeah. I need the students to tell me so I can then say to Scott, oh no, Scott Justin, we need you for these days. Anyway, so why can't you just say good? Just the last step. It's just the and I said, look, I dragged over the holes and anytime you get to I remember that. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, anytime you make that more, I said yes. Because I don't not be bothered with it. And then the management put it through against them.
Totally.
Fun. It's where you like sleep and you see shit. I don't get sleep paralysis. There's no fronting.
Like Magic's file system is so much easier than the SLRs.
By the way, have you seen that you've iterations of the Magic Lamp?
No.
I had a look with a student on Tuesday because I've got that little humble 550D. Things I can turn that into Magic Lamp.
Right. Oh, what's it doing?
Frame rate. If you've got the right SD card, you can do some raw at 720p. This is not fair. And apart from all the other Magic Lamp stuff, your your focus, your peaking, all of that.
Why doesn't Canon just do that?
I think maybe they were going to roll it out in different iterations, but somebody better than Bill.
There you go, Scott. This is me as a zombie. Justin, looking at some of the Black Magic footage. Do you look at it?
The ghost.
So I invited Justin
Oh, is this
to come to
the-
Nando's. Yeah, that's the box. Yeah.
Everything else?
Yeah, everything. Well, we've got the lens and the battery there. Now we've got the card reader over here. I've just transferred the files to the studios.
Was there a lens on it?
Yes, that one there. Yes.
So
I checked
I'm
it.
expecting to see more.
I checked it and it was good. I did check it, Justin. I checked it. What are you looking at?
Okay.
He doesn't trust me. I've been brutally honest to you, Justin.
Need a hug.
A hug.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. Probably.
I've been brutally honest to you. I've told you everything.
If you're female, I'd say
I'll
yeah.
pull my hair out if you want.
Another footage that there's me as a zombie in this shot here.
Wait.
That's my acting role. Is my arm right there.
Oh,
Yeah, amazing acting role. It's like a camera and you smile. I think these guys got some good shots. Isn't it amazing how gel blasters look like cameras? So I'll carry that in. Come on, Justin.
Can I trust you?
Oh, Justin, for crying out loud. When I went into the Brekkie with these guys. No, so they started running with Justin.
He's a very
oh yeah.
They get on Justin's face. Right?
And an elephant's memory. So,
Yeah, it is.
you think this was of value to you this morning?
Yeah.
No, these are-
Be able to play around and then I can actually be able to press on with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And then this is where I'm hoping students will do it.
Pentagrams. No, I say
Well, it's not just something you do.
Not
once.
something.
So, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to take time for you to understand. Well, what I will do for you is I'll send you some links as well on this.
Beautiful flag.
I'm not entirely happy with it because I see it as a bit of marketing as well. No, this sort of.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, which is
How are we
why I
going,
started
Reggie?
the
And
foundation.
Yeah, it was good. Way all good in the
guys, can I just reinforce, like, this time that you're spending on audio right now, it is actually really critical that you just play with it, because it is one of those things that, it's like cameras. If you play with it, you get used to it, you start to familiarize yourself with what things you're going to do, and then you can just start working with it. Like for me, I've never said that I know the audio the way that Scott knows the audio extensively, but I know it enough in editing to be able to jump in there and start playing with parameters immediately, not even playing with parameters, setting parameters immediately with the knowledge of what I'm trying to achieve, instead of sort of guessing.
Yeah. So guys, can I leave that? I'll leave all of that material with you. There's the
Absolutely.
PDF. You've got the audio files, the video files that I play with.
Yep.
Can I just wrap up by saying, and this is the concept I really want you to take away. Less is more, and also, particularly when you're recording audio, it all starts with the front end. It just all starts with the vocal at the front end and goes all the way through the chain. Okay? If you keep that in mind, particularly when you're doing a dialogue or voiceover or on-set boom, if you can get this right at the front end, the rest of it's going to be easy as for you. It's going to be a most enjoyable mix rather than trying to sort things out. It should have been sorted out straight away.
These students are going through risk identification assessment shortly, Scott. How much fun are they? This is Benjamin Sniddlegrass's assessment.
I was just going to say, does risk assessment fall into automated cameras?
Yeah, totally. No, that's risking your life from Justin. No.
So I'll send you a link also for that, for this auto. But my suggestion would be to, noodle with the auto, then go and check it.
So what you got quite an interest in audio? Or?
We've just been doing this, but building it up from scratch, so layering the music, the guitar, the bass, and then literally building it from scratch.
Yeah, right.
But I'm only.
Where's your interest in like?
It is fun. It's
I'm working
Oh yeah.
It's like
more now. Where's what?
Actually, do you want to see the? Oh, actually, no, I don't want to wrap it.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy it.
Oh, where is it?
Good stuff.
This is always needed.
All right, guys, have a bit more of a play. Let's say at 11:15, we'll dive into risk identification. Let's see if we can belt it out by, let's see if we can belt it out by like 1. So we'll have a lunch break. You're more than welcome to grab lunch and keep working on it because it's like one of those things. I'm literally going to give you the answers, or not give you the answers. I'll give you the pointers of where you need to go for the answers, and then you just pull it up and you put it in your own words. It's a crappy assessment, but it's just something we need to do. This is one of 2 assessments I don't enjoy.
A good little project though with your dance is to.
I was gonna show you like the because the reason I was there in like my school was actually pretty classroom to film. Oh yeah, so I've been there. So it's pretty good though.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's not dirty or anything.
And then with that, music, dance. So you've got the whole package there that you can. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good thinking. Someone asked me to have a like small concert recorded and then everything. I was like, at least it allows you to play around.
Yeah.
But
Do it once.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get roped into doing it every year. But you saw that video piece of Facebook from Tara about the.
What's the go with that?
Yeah.
You know, so
it's more like I mean, it's an assessment that we're supposed to make you guys do with music. Yeah, a written assessment. But I hate written assessments, and I'm pretty confident most students hate written assessments. Yeah. So with that in mind, well, with that in mind, we do it in class too. So we're just I'm going to try and give you as much information on it as possible, so you can basically do the writing now and get it done. So if we get it done, happy days. Well,
So
like, they should be here. It's a class day, so
right.
They're going to get someone at 8 towards the OE.
Yeah, if you want to go grab something.
And then 6 or 6 for a week.
Yeah, we'll stop for lunch. Absolutely.
Wait, so are we having a 15-minute break now? Or
No, well, you don't like. You should be playing with your audio.
Yeah.
On Fridays, as you know, we try and take a 15-minute break because then we can finish early. That's the goal. So.
Oh yeah, I thought they were. I was just assuming that was an 8 because we were going to take which would be lots of so like maybe it was going to take like till 1 or some shit.
with the risk assessment, are we just going to submit that into Connect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's and also have a look at the LinkedIn learning site there for some examples of they've got footage with their example files.
Yeah, I think that's just going through sort of basic stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
You can play around the files and do what she's doing.
Yeah. Now I particularly like her style and the material she's chosen for that. sort of semi-promo, but you get a good exposure to it.
Yeah, she explains things really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, I'll keep sending links to you as I have been, and you've got that playlist.
Yeah, it will take me a while to get through it.
That's in the document.
It's good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
I mean, we've got, from now to the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, all right, wonderful. Good on you, Lorna.
Can I ask what the list of movies to watch is relevant to? Because I might take a photo of it.
Well, they're just a broad swipe of some movies that we think are pretty cool, worth checking out. There's a couple of horrors in there, but there's also some really good ones. Red Turtle, I think, is outstanding.
Are they more like independent? Or?
Yeah, most of them are. Yeah, most of them are to a degree. So, actually, no, pretty much all of them. Yeah. So, Thunder Road's a fantastic film. Red Turtle's great. Children of Men's one of my favourites. Punch Drunk Love, pretty good. Yeah. Attack the Block's a really cool one, like if you like sci-fi.
Yeah.
Ghost Dog, The Samurai Way, sounds like a really dodgy sort of film, but it's made by a guy called Jim Jamurish, who makes very interesting pieces. He used to make music videos, so people in his films like Iggy Pop, just like the singers, musicians, that sort of stuff. But yeah, Thin Red Line's just exceptional. Yeah, take a photo.
And Dog Day was that launched for Chino.
Yeah.
Oh, television series, Netflix, Nurse Ratched.
Nurse Ratched, I've heard about this one.
Yeah, prequel.
Yeah,
to
right.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at that.
Mate, I've seen some of the shorts on it.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'll have to check that one out.
Smoldering Psycho.
Smoldering Psycho. There's nothing better than a smoldering psycho.
Yeah. Because you remember that her character in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, she was quite the nemesis to Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, nasty piece of work.
There was this cat and mouse game happening between Nicholson's character and her character.
Yeah. I love One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's just such a jarring film.
Yeah.
Because you feel like it's going one way and then it goes another way, and it's sort of like just a sharp turn.
And of course, it's just got.
Look, I think it's sad that we don't see him in anything anymore. He's retired, but
You got all those assets.
Yeah, I'm just going to transfer.
Buddy, this is one thing that annoys me with Adobe products. Like, I'm trying to get some photos up that I took of the students shooting their films last couple of days, and Adobe Lightroom was working really well, and now they've put this sort of camera template within, and it's automatic. So you put the raw files in, and then it treats the file through the camera preset that you select. But it's like there's no option for you not to select one. So
Are you using Lightroom or Lightroom Classic?
I'm using Lightroom Classic. Yeah, Lightroom Classic. Yeah. I'm wondering if it's going to do it with these shots because I created my own log picture profile. I bet you that's what's going to happen. Ah, damn it.
Putting out good vibes to the universe for next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Shoots on next Wednesday, Jeff?
Yes, I know. I would love to be here, but I'm going to be Zooming. So I would love to be here to eat the food.
So look, what I'm suggesting, and it may come off, it may not, but what I'm suggesting is that we might start like about 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an issue for it? That way we can get Yeah, because this place opens at
Yeah,
7.
so we got-
So I've already got the time off for
Fine.
next Wednesday.
Hey, you should ask Justin if you can use one of the Ursas.
So if we can get started at 7,
Yeah.
great. You know, we should be all set up, ready to go. I'd like to be shooting by a little bit after 8.
Yeah.
Get that lovely morning sun. Shoot for 2 hours. 10:30, then we're out of the noon sun. Beautiful.
Yeah,
That's the plan.
I think it'd be good.
Yeah. So that's the plan.
The younger ones don't want to get up early.
Stiff shit. Make him wake up early. That's what filmmaking's all about.
I know. I had so many. I mean, last year or the year before, you know, all the students planning their productions, and then they said, "Oh yeah, we plan to start shooting at 9." So I said, "What time do you plan on getting here?" And they said, "Oh, about 10 to 9." I said, "That's stupid." I said,
Don't be stupid.
shooting at 9, mate. You want to be here at 7. Get it set up. Anywho.
Well done. Thank you.
Guys, hopefully you enjoyed that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Be in touch.
Yeah.
So what time are we all going to Nando's?
Chicken Nando's, 12 o'clock. What do you reckon?
Mhm.
12 o'clock. Rock and roll.
Well, I might meet you guys there. So I want to go and just go up to the shops, and I'm just going to trouble them. So headquarters for 10 minutes.
Yeah, mate.
So if I meet you there at say 12,
That sounds like a plan, mate. I got some good little snaps from the students' shoot.
should put them into an After Effects template and publish it.
Oh, come on, Scott. Jesus. What do you think? I'm tech savvy?
So next term, what I'll do is similar, but go through, take it up another notch to audition.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yeah, because I need to go away for production, I think. I forget what dates I gave Carla. I'll have to look at that. But she knows, like today. Like, so today she's under the impression that I'm not here. But the thing is, like, I wasn't here last Friday. But these guys shot last week for the whole week. So I said to them, well, don't do Friday. And then that way today we can double it up. Like, you know, instead of it just be you to being here delivering, I can be here as well. And throw 2 cents in and just, you know, guide them along.
Yep.
No, that was great. That was great, Scott. Because great Scott. That was great, Scott. Because now I'll yeah, that, like, although there was only 4 students here, it's better than none. And
I've got the links to the videos up here.
yep.
And you know as well as I did, Jen, it's now up to them to go do.
Well, that's right. That's right. And it's not an easy thing to learn. So I don't imagine that they'll be walking in the park from here. So, yep.
At least they got tools and direction.
Yep.
To take. So, what are you going to do to sweeten this up? I think this is going to have to die a natural death, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's and that's what I said to him. I said, mate, I gave the student hell yesterday about it. But what can you do? Like, it is an accident. Like, it's not like the kid intentionally was fucking around.
Sure.
You know, like, sure. And it's unfortunate, but it is an accident. You know, like, yeah. I was tempted not even to say the kid's name. So it's like, you know what Justin's like. Yeah, that's it. You know, but yeah, it's just what it is. It is what it is, mate. Yeah, I'm going to pull his
Nice
face.
kid, mate.
Yeah, you like that? I'm wondering whether I'm going to process these. Watch what happens with Lightroom. I'm going to see if it does it with these images. So they're reasonably well exposed right now, but when I go into develop mode, yeah, see, it's thrown like see, like this was a lot more exposed than what that shot is there. Let's have a look at this one here. Oh, if I'm going to be found, what do you mean? I just copied it. So that's out of focus anyway. I'll have to get the other shot. But anyway, yeah, like for some reason it sort of drops the exposure. And I can crank the exposure up and it doesn't introduce noise. So I don't know, maybe there's something going on. I don't know. I'll have a tweak and a play with it. These are the sorts of shots I was going for with the students, so it makes them look like they're cinefiles. What's going on there? It's saying it's not.
It's a tourist location.
Yeah, it's a tourist place now. But
Oh, that's lost. Oh, there it is. Okay.
it's in the.
Gee, see, like, look at that. What's it doing?
Not that far.
What is it doing? What is it doing? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if we work with Carrie, they probably don't know that.
Yeah, I was talking to Lex about it maybe.
Anyway, all right. I'll get these guys working on their next assessment. Thank you. Guys, can we thank Scott for today? Like, thank you. He'll come in next term and build on that. So it's an opportunity for you to sort of get more. And look, I mean, you guys are sort of jumping ahead of the 8 ball here because this is normally something we use next term, but we're doing it right now because as soon as you start playing with it, the better you're going to be at it. And it's one of those things that, I mean, audio's it's the hidden thing that just like can blow your films apart. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to get it right is to noodle with it, keep noodling with it.
Right.
You'll develop.
I'm going to relocate to your spot, Scott.
Okay.
I'm going to get ready on this assessment. So thank you very much, Scott. Thanks for today, mate. See you over there. At 12. Oh, just after 12 by the time we get out of here. So, yeah. All right. See you, mate. Okay, can I get you guys to go into the Q drive? So go into the Q drive, go to student resources, assessment tasks, and risk identification. Grab those documents, copy and paste them onto the D drive or onto an external drive. You've got them there at the ready, and you can edit them from there.
Molly just asked if there's any documents that we need
For this assessment?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So what I might do then is it's in Connect anyway. I'll just pull it up. Oh, Molly's still on Zoom. Hi, Molly. Sorry, you might see me like looking at the computer over here, Molly, but it's because I'm trying to get some images sorted out for the students that I shot through the week. So, yeah, risk identification. So I'm just going to look for the unit, the cluster that it's housed within. And I think it's foundations. So if you go to the cluster of foundations and go to assessments, risk identification is there in attempt 1. And you should be able to open that and grab the actual assessment documents from there. So let me know, Molly. Let me know in the comments section if you can't access that, and I'll see. Yeah, so just drop a comment in the comment section if you can't access that. For you guys here, I think I've got them. Great, awesome. Okay. For you guys here, you can get them from the Q drive if you wanted to, and just copy them and paste them to your D drive. Okay, let's open up the assessment document. A lot of waffle, as it says, it's an assignment. It's a written assignment. You're going to do hopefully about 80% of it today in class, or even some of you might even do the whole lot today in class, which would be awesome. Okay. We're going to belt it out in terms of, I'll just give you some guidance in terms of the answers so we can at least all sort of get on track with it. So I'm just going to get myself set up here, get yourself set up, and I'll just pull it all up for you shortly. Just bear with me. Okay, so just within this document, so just where it says the questions, just copy and paste the questions onto the next page and just answer it below that. Or even just go question 1 and answer it. It's already referencing it. I'm not going to lie, this is a shitty assessment. It's just what we have to do. So the more I can sort of help you along this process, the better it's going to be. Unless you like, unless you're a sadist and you like to sort of hurt yourself. Okay, so the first question, is everyone ready to roll? Okay, open yourself up. We'll get ready for the first question. What's that, Molly's?
I was just asking the chat. She had the right sheet.
Yeah, she's got it. Yep.
So we just new page. Answering the questions on new page.
Yep.
We just got the posting and then answering.
Yep.
You should shout Nando's for all this since we're doing this on.
Oh, are you joking?
No.
You guys should shout me Nando's for dishing this assignment to you.
You should shout me Nando's.
I'm like
reminding you even
serving it up. I'm serving it up on a platter for you guys right now.
You should be shouting me Nando's for even reminding you even had a fucking assignment.
Yeah, because it's a shit assignment.
Exactly.
Okay, so everyone should be up to question 1 here. So what we've got here is identify and describe a minimum of 3 existing hazards specific to film industry workspace using recommended methods, templates, and tools. You must provide visual photos or illustrations of each identified hazard. For each hazard, you're required to explain the potential impact of the hazard, the identification and adequacy of existing WHS codes of practice, risk management procedures and practices, your recommendation on treatment and strategy of controlling the risk associated with this hazard. Explain how you are going to address and change to all stakeholders, verbal, written communication to ensure new hazards are not created. Okay. So you're going to have to find 3 elements, okay? Now, you're not going to go out and go and find them, but if you jump online, you could find things like, say, for example, cables on set, boom poles on set, fatigue, you know, a picture of someone driving a car or something like that. Cables being a big one because there's things like slips, trips, and falls. There's things like electrocution. There's a lot of sort of risks that are associated with cables that you could sort of draw on there. So it's really just like you guys thinking right now, what are 3 key risks on a film set? So fire them away from me. Well, I've already mentioned one. What would be the most common risk on a film set? Slips, trips, and falls, okay? So that could be a risk right there, okay? Slips, trips, and falls. What could be another risk on a film set? And I've mentioned 3. Fatigue? Fatigue? Absolutely. Fatigue. And what could be a third? Electrocution. Yeah, I mean, that's a very sort of grey one. There's others, like, yeah, stunts. Movement, so heavy equipment, jibs, dollies, that sort of stuff. Yeah, high voltage power. Yep.
So we're just finding like an image and then that in the sheet, are we?
Yeah, so with the sheet, what you need to do is you need to explain what that potential risk is. Find a photo online and explain what that photo is doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly show you a sample of what one would be. Okay, electrocution. So electrocution can cause serious injury. So there's 0.131, and then there's a photo, and then 132 explaining what, so if we go back to the question again, so I'll just pull it back up to the question again. The identification and adequacy of existing WHS codes of practice risk management. So what they could be is the the safety policy that the film set has. So the safety policy would be on the film set. Tested and tagged, so making sure all the equipment is tested and tagged. So the identification and adequacy of existing WHS codes of practice, risk management procedures and practices. So that's number 2. Number 3 is your recommendation on treating and strategy to control the risk associated with these hazards. So you've identified the risk. Now you're going to explain how you would control that risk, how you would manage that risk. So I'll give you those 3 to start with. So 1, 2, 3, get through them. And then once you've got through them, we'll dive into the next bits.
Oh, you're talking about this is such a fun song.
Such a fun assignment, isn't it? So you should be. What's that? Question 1. The second part of it is the identification and adequacy of existing WHS elements. So what that would be is sort of, have they already got some mitigation procedures in place? Have they got like matting on the ground? Have they got a policy, a workplace health and safety policy for that production shoot? That sort of stuff. So any sort of structures in place. Do they have a safety officer on set?
So we're explaining like the picture.
Yep. Yep.
We don't have, say, a map or.
Yep.
So if you go back to the other one.
So you could say in point 2, if there's heaps of cables, in point 2, there's heaps of cables and no mat. You could say the adequacy of the existing elements is not good because of the X, Y, and Z. Yep.
I was going to say, do you want it laid out the same way that the example, like the one?
Yeah, the example that I showed you, this is the easiest way to navigate. Now, I mean, some of her answers aren't the best, but it's the easiest way to navigate. So you've got question 1 and you've got point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And she's got fatigue as point 2. She's got electrocution as point 3, and she's got tripping as point 1. So 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. As you can see, as I said before, this, for some people it takes like 4 hours to do this. You can see it's quite an extensive document that we actually have to achieve here. It is what it is. It'll be what it'll be. It's not a waste of time. It's just a waste of time. It is part of the course, and every single class has to do it. It's just different alignments to different different sort of courses. Ours is screen and media.
Is there a limit to, sorry, a minimum, how many lines you have?
No. I'd just keep it simple, guys. I mean, you don't need to go fully into, you don't have to go fully complex. Just keep it simple. The KISS strategy. Okay, gentlemen. Go for it.
So we planning over the weekend to do shooting car drama.
Yep.
But we realized that the Sunday one might be going a bit too low.
Why's that?
Because
You've got a lot of shots to do.
yeah.
And you've got, like, it's just one location, is it? Or is it a
So
location?
we do like all the skate park shot stuff on Saturday.
Yeah.
And
So
then we're
it's a
gonna do,
short.
and then we're gonna do all the creature stuff and extra stuff on Sunday. But I feel like if we do all that, we're trying to fit too much stuff in.
Monday. Yeah. Can you throw it out over the Monday or something?
Yeah,
That's what we're thinking.
I would do it.
Until so
Yeah, I would do it. As you know, like Zoom next week, that should be happening. So, you know, like it'll just be dropping. So, yeah, may as well take up on the Monday.
So what's news done this week?
Handle the creature stuff on Sunday.
Something.
Just do the picture stuff.
And then all the other stuff.
Monday.
Yeah.
So when you're saying you're doing the skate park stuff on Saturday, have you taken into consideration the use of the skate park? What's that?
It's just that's like the opening of the film. Like she's hanging out there with her friends.
Okay, so it's fine if there's heaps of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, creature stuff Sunday and whatever's left over Monday. Don't try and load it all on there. And stick to it. So don't sort of go on Sunday, you know, we're getting through this, let's go to the next thing. You know, if you stick to that schedule, then you probably find that you're going to take more time to make sure it looks good, you know, as opposed to like, let's see if we can do more stuff.
It's about like we're doing this now, like just right as like we're about to shoot this.
I mean, you do want a bit more lead time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just what you got to do. So, you know, like as long as you're doing it, that's enough.
Yeah, my biggest fear is that I didn't want to just go willy-nilly.
The benefit of doing it right now is when you get out there tomorrow, you'll be fresh in there. So all the shot breakdowns that you're doing, you're going, okay, like tomorrow when you start filming, you go, oh, what was that? Oh, that was this. But if you had it done like a week ago, you'll go, oh, what was that?
That's the only like sort of positive. Okay.
Just get it done. Yeah. Right?
So, yeah, so do that.
Awesome enough.
No worries.
The good thing is there's only 2 more questions after this one. I think this is the largest of those questions to answer anyway, I think. So identification and adequacy is like, did the set, like, and this is you hypothesizing as well, like, did the set have a workplace health and safety policy? Did the site have, you know, mats that run over the cables or something, just at least sort of trying to manage the risk at that point, sort of thing? And was it adequate enough, or did they need to improve?
Are we just judging by the picture?
Yeah, judging by the picture. But you would need to hypothetically go, judging by the picture, but also in your head, you'll say, did they have a policy in place or didn't they? Did they have a workplace health and safety person there or didn't they? That's you saying, yes, there was, or no, there wasn't. No, because you're saying this is what was in place. Was it adequate or was it not adequate? It wasn't adequate, so we had to do question 3. Or it was adequate, and then you go question 3, you just reiterate what you'd said previously.
Are we going over the other question?
The 4th part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, if you're ready for it. Oh, no, I'll give you a bit more time. I think Molly's put a question, maybe. Yes, Molly. So basically this will, I'll put it into Connect. The week off is the week after next, so the 27th. However, next week's a bit of a messy one because there's not much we'll be really doing. You guys will be sort of working on assessments and stuff via Zoom. So next week's a Zoom week. Friday next week, we'll probably... Friday next week, we won't do the risk management one. We'll do, I'll get you guys working out what you're going to be doing for your artist profile / documentary. We'll move from there. We might even try and do that this afternoon. Anyone here keen on doing broadcast? Because on Monday, it looks like from Monday from 9 till 2, they'll do an introduction to broadcast. So if you're keen, can't do Monday, but you can. Okay. They'll do more. It's just Monday's like the first option to sort of start. Yep. There'll be a small group. There'll probably be like 3 of you, but yeah. Go tell Justin anyway. Okay, guys, we'll slip into the last stage of that. Okay, so question 1.4. Now, I know that you're all still probably answering this question and stuff like that. The idea is we get as much done as we can during class right now, but if you have to go back and readdress it, you can. And I guess the thing is we're going to be breaking for lunch shortly anyway. And if you have got your lunch here, you're more than welcome to just continue sort of getting this knocked out over lunch. I would suggest that you try and get it done as much as possible today so you don't have to worry about it moving on down a track. I would imagine that some of you probably will get it done today. Okay, so point 4 in question 1, explain how you're going to address the changes to all stakeholders. So are you going to provide a written communication or verbal communication to them? And how is that going to be the case? Is it going to be something that's added into the call sheets at the start of the day? Is it going to be something that's going to be used as a discussion piece when you brief the crew at the start of the day? You're going to provide a brief for the crew at the start of the day. These are the things that you need to think of. How are you going to address it? How are you going to explain to the rest of the crew what the risks are and how you're going to sort of mitigate those risks? The simplest answer to that would be putting it in the call sheets, that sort of thing. But I guess depending on the risk that you've sort of highlighted, like cables and stuff like that, that may be something to a very particular group of the crew, not the entire crew. So you wouldn't need to do it as a address to the crew at the start of the day. What's up?
I have no clue to write for that identification question.
What like question 1 point what?
Yeah, 2.
went to, the identification and adequacy. So like saying, well, it is an image, but you've got to be hypothetical. So you've just got to say like, hypothetically, this is what they had in existing sort of procedures. So they had a workplace health and safety officer on set. They had a workplace health and safety policy in place, so document policy in place. They were trying to practice the policy by covering the cables, or, you know, like you need to hypothetically come up with an answer there.
Probably get a new picture.
Well, it doesn't need to have like documents and all that sort of stuff in it. Like you just imagine beyond the picture what they've got in place. So you've got the picture there. You could say they did have some mats in place and they were following a procedure that was there, you know, but this could have been done better. That could have been done better. It's a shitty, like this, initially what we would do is spend a whole day walking around the black box doing it that way. But it's just like the students got bored. It was a pain in the ass of an assessment. We just sort of figured the best way to do it is do it as fast as possible.
So if you picture say it's all adequate,
yeah.
Do you need to do question 3 or?
Well, yeah, you still need to sort of put some recommendations. Like what you're doing by showing the photo is you're saying there is a potential risk here somewhere, you know, and so you're basically, as the assessment says, you're providing a risk identification. Go for it. That's the video we shot. So we'll get up to question 2 before lunch, and then you guys will have some time to just work on it. What's up? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep. That's good. Are you doing it break? So you just go back. Yeah, so 3, you've got 0.3. Yeah, 1.3, 1.1, and then the answers that you provided underneath the pictures. Yeah. Are you breaking them into like 0.1, 0.2, 0.2? Yeah. Okay, the next bit, you've got 9 minutes. Now, question number 2 is interview a person who is currently working in the film industry and ask about his or her recommendations on a particular WHS area they would like to consider, or consider necessary to learn more. Summarise the suggestions and identify other sources of information and professional development opportunities relating to the chosen WHS area. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to interview me. So I'm sitting here for the next 9 minutes. I am at your mercy. Ask away.
We just ask, like, what do you think about?
Yeah, don't like ask what my star sign is and stuff like.
What do you think about how the industry handles
What do I think about how the industry handles slips, trips, and falls? Yeah, look, I mean, I think that there's a divide between, and look, this is honest. I think there's a divide between productions, professional productions, so feature films and stuff like that, and then the more sort of corporate production world and student production world. There seems to be a massive sort of divide between the two, where the feature film world has financial budgets and structures in place to ensure that risks are minimalized, but short film, student film, corporate production tends to sort of like be more about the bottom dollar, which means that risk management isn't really at its safest. And yeah, there's more likelihood of them sort of hurting themselves on one of those sets. I think students in general sort of take unnecessary risks for their productions because they do it as a passion. They're making films as a passion, or they're working on productions as a passion, and you genuinely have to reevaluate whether or not, you know, you're doing it as a passion or wanting to do it as a career. Because as a career, there's risks and there's safety measures that you need to put in place to make sure that you stay safe on set. I think a lot of students sort of definitely don't manage their fatigue well. And they could easily sort of fix that through the planning processes of their production and managing their schedules better. I think in general, students neglect the criticalness of planning in their shoots, and unfortunately, the impact of that can be what happened on that independent feature in America called Midnight Express, where the DOP, camera assistant, and one of the ADs got killed by a train. And now there's, have you guys all heard about that? Yeah.
That was recently.
Yeah, that was recently, yeah. And more recently, I guess, you've got up in Brisbane when they were shooting the Bliss and SO music video and a stuntman shot himself in the head.
Yeah, see, I didn't hear about that. It was like him shooting himself in the head originally. Originally, it was said it was someone shot him. It was
the armorist. I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to the armorist's fault, because the armorist needs to make sure that during takes or between takes, the weapons are sort of put away safely. It's not their fault because there was a live discharge from the gun. That's what happens when you have blanks. Sometimes there will be live discharges from the guns, but they're shot at the distance where they're not going to impact the person. While you're answering that question, who listens to Komodo Mayo's film reviews? I'll play a golden one for you right now. the one where he reviews Entourage, and that'll take us up to 12 o'clock.
I mean, it's no surprise.
While you're doing your assessment, you can listen.
I absolutely hate it. I hate it. I loathe it. I despise it. I detest it. I feel contempt for it. I just, everything about it ruffles, every one of my cages. And there's a number of reasons.
I'll pause that. I'll do music instead. How about music? Will that help you guys concentrate better? Oh, Jesus, listening is difficult. So yeah, we'll break for lunch in 3 minutes. So that was, there'll be 3 from the January class, and you'll do broadcast as well on Monday? Okay, great. For the others, Jonathan, you guys, anyone else that's keen on doing broadcast, well, there'll be other dates. We're just sort of starting it off. Justin?
We'll do whatever gets me money.
All right, guys, break for lunch now if you want. Or you can continue typing. It's up to you.
I don't know clue what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much you can make up a scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like school, you just keep making up bullshit.
No, like I'm not expecting. I don't know how much.
Oh yeah, no, I think I wrote less than that, right? Alright.
Yeah, I'm going to the Bridges down and go.
That's it.
I want orange memes. Can we fucking read Megan's one?
Oh, where was it? Actually, let's just go to history.
No, it'll be in the Word document.
Wait, was it? Oh no, it's a PDF. Just email it to each one. No,
Look at the Word.
no. There you go.
Yes, sir. Awesome. That's what I want.
So you guys don't mind if I hijack the...
No, go for it. I'm just fucking taking photos. Yeah. Straight up, just find this. Like, honest to God, like all this shit isn't even fucking like how you actually write the religious policy. Do you have to do internal stakeholders for every single one?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's just like, the way I will address this is by bringing it up with the production. It's, or, no, it's just like, people like that, hey, that's okay. What date I did like one sentence, so that's okay. Well, what did Megan do? She's just like, oh, she's a scholar. She's a scholar. Yeah. I'm about to pay it, but I don't really have any. You don't have more play. Oh, I have just mentioned that. Well, it's not. I'm sorry. That's right. I fucking Outlast. I've already finished it like twice. Not the DLC, you haven't? Yeah, I have. I bought it. Well, that number 2. I haven't bought number 2. It's sure.
Yeah, number 2 was great.
It's fucking good. It's fucking
nowhere as good as
nothing
the
happens.
first one.
When nothing happens. Nothing happens. Explain. Fucking, you go down there. Oh, your girlfriend's gone. You go find her. She's pregnant. Fucking go there. She gets stolen by some other like bro. Fucking gives birth to the Antichrist, and the entire time you're dreaming about period blood or something.
It looks like one fucking trailer of you guys.
I played your game, bro.
Just for you.
What the fuck is this? It's just
I found it right there. No one's noticed.
She's taking minutes.
Oh fuck. She like I'm just gonna do the same thing and then just like write similar shit to what she's got. At least I understand like reading hers I understand what they got told. Because you know what I mean? They had an entire class and Jed was going around fucking helping them. He's just sitting there going, yeah, this. Like
Yeah.
they like so everything that she would have written, Jed would have told her. So I'm just gonna fucking write what she wrote. Not like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I know.
Hey, don't copy up too much, otherwise you're gonna look. Mine's gonna look like the smallest of different class. Because I only have like a paragraph and a half of it. And Jen said that was okay, so I'm just gonna keep that. I do. Which one? I have all of them. The Switch gets all of them. The Switch doesn't get a fuck. It does.
yeah, the Switch always gets everything because it comes like that.
It doesn't have the fuck that that's in box, bro.
No, I think the last one thing was like last year. Oh.
In order to speed the Switch up that all of it, it's a scary on top of it.
I'm more getting like transport art gallery.
Particularly about
Oh, is that the one where you have to go to the like you go to the like main control section and you have to like look through each camera. Yeah. Yeah, and then at the end it's like where you're moving. Yeah, I go and you go and have your Dodgeball is the best. Except it is. Except it's not. It's just on the out there. Oh. Fucking cunt. RPK. I think RPK and
Can you go single track?
no, you can't.
You're gonna melt that really, really quick.
Yeah, but it's better than Ident.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I know.
I have one full thing. Just go do it like that.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Let's just do it. Yeah, so it's like this like say possible. They got somewhere right there. It was but it's not bad. It's very well. I was
What? I think it's absolutely no. See what it is. It's private.
Like, where do you think on the fucking cafe downstairs or just don't go for actual fucking shrimp? Get out of the That's some fuck like going into Westwood. Right there, that's really good. Yeah, like it's not overly. It's still got like fucking something like around the corner. Fucking Sam Fisher just like aced you.
I know, it was a poker bro and it hit it down.
Oh no, I've fucking done like 120 hours on this thing.
I was fucking low bro, I hate quotes. But I couldn't fucking bro up. It doesn't. What's the fun part? Where? Oh, Dragon Points. Definitely. And we only play this game like I don't. Yeah, the bull doesn't work for shit. Is there any left ABS? Can you slow down? Exactly. That's just dumb. Just wait to see. Wait. Yeah. Wow, I ran the wrong way. Dude, I hate one. You know what I did once? I did you know how I don't remember one of them, but you can it's like a site that takes hours of it. And you get like 15 million dollars. I can't remember what house it is. It's but no, it's not the White House, but it's another White House. I just get shot because I was like the No, but, no, I did that, right? It's like, yeah, 50 million. But you have to do it like really cheaply because you basically break it in. Means you don't actually open safe. You like glitch into it and then you do the safe from the inside. So you can fix the drill that's still running inside. And I think it wasn't patched. Wow, I'm just getting. Yeah, I hate these cards. They just these spoilers. Look, it smells like this chart.
It's Justin just chilling at the door.
I even more apply this, but I just hate it so much. Yeah.
Justin's just
I choose a different one.
actual story. Really?
I'm not going to talk about the stories. What stories got so shit? Let's take this yellow one. Oh, okay. Let's go see the chart. Oh. At 7. What happens? Actually, yeah. Like, pretty much have to go like. What you doing? But this guy is like. He's unlikely. Well, it's better than one of this. Best. And I can't. I got 20. I got it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then it's almost like one man I've already killed. He's the Martian and die. Someone no, it's not. I get it. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. You just get catch. Just get that. You know, doing it. Where is it? Wow. I'm flashed. My bike's yeah, it's not here. Actually, everyone with the oh, it's really well there. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's oh, I got it. It's almost like I didn't even know it. As soon as you get one song, you just accept it. Nah, I get it right. Everybody just switches like stuck. Oh. Oh, I yeah, back to the. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
She has clothes. So I won't be back in 10 minutes and I'll be back in half an hour. So this last guys.
Space.
Make
Oh. Oh, come on. That's a bull. Well, this is so easy to dispel from them like that. Like, go close. No, but I'm not dumb. See, that's the thing. No, trust me. Go. Right next door. No, I hear Taser. Go right up to his face and just do. His face, go. Oh, yeah, that's right. Swan song. Hey, give me a pass. Oh, we go. Oh. Are we not? Oh, it's your awesome. I have no help whatsoever. They are.
Wait! I hate smells on this game. I was tempted to slow it. Put a good laughing emoji on it. That's what it's like. Good person. So, that's. I'm just so fucking close to the. I'm dead. I can't win. I got sniped from nowhere. Oh no. Oh wait, no, I still have hostages. Oh wait, no, but I killed 2 civilians, so it's gonna take me 7 minutes. I'm really gonna take it there. I love the AI. No, they're doing so much work. Yeah, like that. I want AI help. I want AI help. They're just so AI. Wait, so oh, hey, that's. Can I know raise? Just random race. What is that? What? African militia. Reggie, look at this AI. This is amazing AI. This is pretty much the. This is just a level 5 with infinite health.
That's a bit sauce.
Oh, I'm back in. You're right. Oh, I see. Talk to us. I was like, actually, no, it's oh, I get that. See, I wish I could fly on it like this high. The AI can, but oh, dude, what better is that? It's actually better. Yeah, I thought I fucking saw it. I am so I can hang this. I just can't do it. Hey, when you're AI, just kill the customers you have. And they'll just kill these guys sometimes. Yeah, you take that hostage, you're asking about them, and then they'll just get shot. Oh, bro. Package. So, we leave fucking $2 grand on it. Hey, I'm just getting like a $2 grand right. Oh, let's do the big one. You know?
Oh. It's all right, that's what I'm like. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna dodge people. It's alright, guys. The police won't catch me. I gotta dodge people wrong. Just fuck it. Sorry, they won't notice me stealing stuff until I put my mask on. Oh, that's a turret. Lucky it's bad. No, but you said that this is good.
The heist is good. Fire truck.
Oh, dude, it's one song. It's one song. I can't aim down sights, bro. Dude, this is aiming down sight. Like, this is not. And that is. It doesn't. These guys can only go down to level 5. But even then, I can do that. I can't say. What's it? Let's see, like, oh, shut up. That's what I would be asking. Cards. To get like this. I saw that I got scared. Whoa, there's a lot of tasers down here. Oh, I had the cloaker and the dude just went down. Yeah, I'm not reviving him. So
There you go.
guys. It does it on like everything. It's like Young Dairy but only 10 times worse.
It's like the only reason I'm not making that is
And I'm spending 6 hours a day into
it's somebody broken.
No, I'm answering. I'm gonna get down here. Where I actually am. Oh, yeah, there we are. Inside the final compartment. So, I'm gonna get down. I'm actually gonna get down. I'm gonna get down on the bars. I just want someone's gonna say, don't worry. Okay. Awesome. I'm gonna rape on that phone.
That's good.
It's not.
You found yourself in the same place.
It doesn't matter because I have AI who have infinite power.
It's one something else.
Oh! See, look, I okay, so 20 minutes got me 5 million. He used to be able to actually do stuff with them. Yeah, you used to be able to upgrade your thing. Plus. Yeah, exactly. Oh! This is funny. Yes, it is. It
No,
might be.
it's not.
It might be.
No, it's
How
not.
do you know?
Because it's a big fat fucking cylinder.
Yes, yeah. Oh, I told you. I bloody told you. Look at that. It's a joke.
That's so bad.
Jen went to Mango's.
You guys were fasting?
Yeah.
Where is it?
There's only 4 of us here at once. Mango's. Yeah. I don't know. I did. Oh, yeah. Bad. Okay, it's bad. Exactly. That one was obviously. It's taking like a sold out.
Fucking 2 hours. Just as long.
Dude, vampires?
I can't sprain, bro. I can hit my ass.
Oh, yeah, do big oil. No, I'm not doing fuck you.
2 hours.
Took your fucking 2 hours. No, the camera will see, come on. Alright, the camera's. Hold on. Should I still transport train heights? Transport train heights is not boring. It's like the best one.
If I sit on the ground, the camera won't see me.
Like it. Okay. Oh, wait, it's not like 3 of us there, actually. One was
It's only 3 of 5.
I can switch in there. And everything in the shit. And I didn't do it. I don't. But the version. And other things better on switch than this. I'll show you out. We got some. You want so it's kind of fish. Oh yeah. Let's get to this. Relax. Let's go.
Fucking kill all of them.
Okay, press one. I just don't care. Oh, I did! Dude, don't worry, it's just collateral. Hey, I'm
Collateral. This is professional, bro. He's literally above me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I got body lines.
What the fuck is this?
I forgot how bad this house is. So bad. It is. No, that's why I do.
Yeah, that cost cash.
No, I've done bank heist catch. No, bank heist gold on have you done stealth though? And fell last minute because some random girls got
Like a real one.
You actually. Still, this
One white part.
it's an engine too. I got a couple of lights. Is that out?
Stole those.
Oh, what am I playing on?
You ran water just.
Yeah, but you feel like what am I playing? What fucking dude? I didn't realize I was on Mayan. I wouldn't have done this. Take Mayan. It's either one down or very hard. It was like my 2 seconds. Yeah, Blaze sitting down on the right. Camera can't see my lights. How many people are eating the bar?
I literally ate a burger.
I don't care. At what point did I say that? Your actions are valid. Oh, that's a lot. I was trying to get it. Oh,
See? Your accuracy is bullshit.
I know because it's 8 yes. Oh,
It's not
It's
the
still-
APS.
it's for fun.
You want compensator instead of like a grip. Stabilize
Dude,
the shot.
it's like you're retarded, bro. You can't put a grip on the. Except you can't.
AK rubber grip.
Put on a plastic grip. It's good.
Doesn't that literally just do more concealment and less stabilization?
I think so.
Ice, rubber, ice,
Of course, otherwise people would actually play some games. About 2 weapons in this game that actually are good. Convert to Christianity. No, I don't want to kill him.
It's Christianity when you get boxes there.
I'm so dead. Oh, no. The, what's it called? Capital is, the red lights. I do.
It says 0.
No, they don't count that. They'll,
Fucking, there you go. What was I saying?
what do I say?
Bad,
Great.
It's my phone like ripped up.
Oh, wait, dude, I have Rocket
League.
League. Dude, you want to play Rocket League? Yeah. Yeah, I got Rocket League. I just remembered. I got Mario Kart 8, yeah, but that's. Dude, that's Mario Kart. Who wants to play Rocket League? We got only one. Oh, we gotta have the 2v2 or 1v1 because I only have 2 controllers. Wait, actually, Glenn, you bring it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep, one. I'll show you how far.
Oh, no.
You got 2 pro controllers or just the one?
I got one pro controller and I got the like the thing that you set the
Yeah.
yeah, I brought that. Yeah. I actually restarted. You already had the update downloaded.
I was gonna say, how the fuck do you do that?
No, it was already down. It was already installed. Just no, it's not. Oh, we're not playing. Where am I?
This is probably.
It is. The other last time I guess like 2 halves. I'm good at it. It's just like 2 players are 2 halves, right?
Yeah, 2-player or more, I need to be sure.
You only get like 2 halves. And you can't even like get off these. Or and it was alright, they have like 4. Oh no. 2. 2 at least.
Yeah, it's I would just play those.
Yeah, I have pretty bright cards. They're all defaults. They're all default. Are you in control here?
I was just thinking, I know Rocket League on console has a shitload of input lag. So
Remember, I don't even play regularly, right? Right, you want to play Mario Kart?
I'll give it a go. This. Oh, good luck. I'll say it's from my controller.
Yeah, you get the bad one. We're going to do.
Yeah, you talk to it. That's right, yeah. Here you go. Yeah, maybe do local.
Yeah, local.
And then start creating this target. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I think it takes a
Strengths. So fun. Fuck. Join boy. We're doing a 2v2.
Oh, what is this shit? Options.
I played with it like once.
Wait, is that?
The Rick and Morty ones.
Yeah. I don't know what
They go pro, bro. It's like
bump that off. That's disgusting. Hell yeah.
we sweated against bots. It's almost as bad as playing Rainbow Six Siege and sweating against bots and terrorists. It's just bad.
Oh. Oh my.
You good? Yeah, you good? I haven't played in hot set, so. I'm trying to remember all the controls I can play.
Oh, Jesus. This is like this sporting.
What the fuck? Instant restore. Maybe putting on pro is a bad idea. They're already up to.
I'm playing on a Endo. That's the worst part.
Bro, Endo is
So shit, I'm doing on the footage. I can't do it. I'm used to playing on Ultra One. You can go on Steam and you can change the way you control stick priorities. It's like you spin on super fast. I'm not playing. I'm fucking going back and forth.
It's just the worst way to play.
No, it's like it's so delayed. I'm jumping and like 5 minutes later.
Genius.
Fucking like no, I can't even fucking play on this.
You don't even score a goal.
I can't.
It's so sad.
I'm like fucking pop. I'm like going off roofs and shit normally. I can't even go on a wall.
It hurts to play though.
It's so bad. I really fucking don't try. Yeah, like you get jumped, it's just like an hour later you know something.
Look at that, we scored. 1 goal in 4 minutes. We have 50 seconds to go. It's so exciting.
Oh, they jump now? Fuck, I can play bots in a while. Well, last time I played bots, I played like a high level bot didn't even jump, they just sat there.
Hey, we have 22 seconds to score another goal. That's fine. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Oh, God. God. Oh, come on. I can't do it.
Oh, come on, you can get it. You can get it. Oh, 4 seconds. I just didn't want it to go into the goal.
Let's do it. He's going for it. That's so hard. I can't do anything. Smack it.
Oh, so close.
Try can't. I can't even speak. It's so my head. It's so hard. I can't do anything.
It's a painful time.
I can't like the card like you can't it's so fucking I don't know if it's just about my thing.
I think
it's the sticks. I think the sticks.
Yeah, they're just really clunky.
That's just really the sticks on these are so hard to actually work with.
Wait, you want to solve real quick?
You fucking know.
Yeah, just on mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard would work. I don't even know how to jump on keyboard.
It's not. I don't think it's spacebar, to be honest. I don't think it's spacebar.
It's not right click.
Oh,
Pretty sure it's right click. Like right, no, I think it might be left click to jump and then right click's like dodge, not dive.
no, I think it's boost. I might think it's boost.
Oh, yeah, maybe it is.
It looks like you're working on assessments.
We are.
Hello, Danny. How you going? Okay, let's build this out, guys. I've got an audition coming in shortly. You guys want to jump in on that?
I guess so.
Now, as I said before. Oh, okay, they're here. They're here now. Let's go now. Who's coming down? You want to finish that?
I've seen you do enough auditions.
Good work. Okay. So the last bit is you've already done policies. Like you've done policies for your how-to video and stuff like that. So it's just an extension of that. We're basically just doing, you could literally copy and paste the policy you've done for your how-to video and just slightly modify it. That's what I would do. Stop playing computer games. Shit, computer
Hey!
The Switch is not a computer, it's a Switch.
You said a rare back.
I mean, you guys dropped
You guys drop
You guys
Ursus.
dropped the fucking Ursus. we had him for 2 weeks.
Like magic Ursus.
Hey, I didn't do shit. That was the other team.
Yeah, play the other team.
Yeah, we had 2 weeks. We didn't drop him once. They use him once. They fucking break it. Yeah, what of it? You think outcast? You say outcast? Yeah, they all fucking hate each other as well. And fucking sick. I'm like, we haven't had no even once. Do I go over and watch this fucking audition? Is it a chick?
Like, I'm cool with anyone unless they eat my smegma. Like, yeah, eat my fucking smeg, get out of here.
I just copy
I'll
paste.
go down to the. You guys coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. Just fucking my orange.
They're doing a audition down at my house.
Oh, I was trying to track down the tripod that was used for the shoot the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was him. Eh?
He was here.
Someone came up asking for everybody, but I was handing what I need.
With somebody else.
like all of them were pretty average. The chick we had the other day was pretty good, but like all the chips were pretty shit. Yeah. Have fun. Oh, yeah, true. Alright,
Sure.
have fun. Do you live up that way, do you? Do you live up that way? Gotcha.
Hey, what's up? Where'd Adam go?
He left.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, auditions weren't really that good. I didn't put it out. Right, the fucking surfer guy was so good. The surfer guy was really bad. Oh, yeah. This is like, just day off my life.
Was this not for gents?
No, one of them were, and the other one wasn't.
Oh,
What was the other one?
there was some fucking thing that he was talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, it's something like an audition.
was he a fucking rad cunt?
He was a rad cunt, but every time he tried acting, like at the start, he was like, I can't believe this is the most exciting.
You know those surfer cunts that rock up
Like
in
more-
board shorts, Billabong
Yeah,
t-shirt
yeah,
and
yeah.
bombs?
And then like
That
every
was him.
set, did you see every set he was like going down to scratch his balls or something?
Yeah, he's like, oh, fuck.
Every time he held a line.
Every single time. Messed up a fucking line. He's like, oh, nuts itch.
Yeah,
I think his ego was
How'd you go
so
for
fun.
Like, I've done, I just need to edit some stuff. I'm just jacking up. I'm fucking
I used the one that you did for
well, I kind of did, but I was also listening to other ones. I like.
a lot more than I've done.
That's just me.
You didn't actually ask Jen anything, did you?
Tell me that's not what Jed's gonna say.
Alright. Yeah, you pretty much said that before when I asked you. Whoa.
And that's just the fucking.
Okay, cool. I just need to copy and paste something.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What for? I have all of them.
Whereas, like,
I have all of them. Yeah.
We're back.
Where the fuck is Jordan?
I think sounds like John.
Okay, let's go through that, unpack it a little bit, because we're almost up for the day, but we'll get this last question done. So the audition process, I mean, like I only, like I could do Tommy, like I could have filmed Tommy at home tonight and stuff like that. But the thing is, it's sort of like by bringing him here, the idea is that you guys get an idea of what the flip is. Like, you know, you've got like Verity came in and did an audition. Whereas Tommy, he did come in and do an audition, but it was more from the viewpoint of what a director would be looking for. So, and you would have noticed, like, when Tommy first come in, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting there going, fuck, he is super flat. Like, by the end of it, he actually had character in him. Like, he had motivation and stuff like that. Yeah, it's still flat, absolutely, but it was better than what it was. You know, like, it was leaps and bounds ahead of what it was. Verity, I mean, what are your thoughts on Verity, Reggie?
Verity?
Yeah.
I reckon she'd be good.
She'd be alright, but I like the person that came before.
Yeah, the girl, she was too much energy, I reckon.
That one that we, the one that we had the other day, that came in that when you cancelled them, she was really good.
Yeah.
She was the one that I was
So
saying.
she's another one. Yeah, she's
She
another
was
one
the one that I
altogether.
was saying would be alright. I mean,
I can just imagine like that. But I haven't seen the other auditions.
Well, see, Verity's got definitely the look.
was this the one that just happened?
Yeah.
Was that the one that you was?
What's up? You know, like, yeah, she's a cool chick.
Was that the one that you were saying couldn't act?
Yeah.
Used to not be able to
And so that's why I like it was good because I got to see her. She has improved a lot.
Just for the assessment.
Let's dive into it.
Just quickly. With question 3, is that just literally copy and pasting a?
Yeah, question 3 is really just a modified policy, workplace health and safety policy.
So we don't have to have anything special.
No. Look, I mean, and how you going with yours? Are you squared up? How close are you?
Who what? Huh?
Dude, don't disagree. You put that much effort into it. I just got me pasted. You made a word document.